Tough teams are battling up each other. Mavericks CT 2.0 have won 5 out of 6 games in league phase, only one losing game, and they are the table toppers as well as the first finalists of the tournament. And for the second finalist, there have been a tough battle between Titans 11 and Boundary Blasters. Both won 4 games each, yet Boundary Blasters had a tight game though. 9 points in second position in the points table, yet they had to face in the eliminator, among which Titans have beaten up Boundary Blasters and promoted themselves up the order into the finals. That's how these two teams came into this big stage. Yet this is going to be a crucial factor as these two teams have already faced in the league phase as well, where Mavericks have won in a majestic way. But yet this is going to be a tough battle. But before that, we have to start things with national anthem out there straight away. Over to you with the national anthem.
Sir, ready, sir? Sir, ready, sir, ready?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Disconnect பண்ணுங்க bro. As I stated, we're going to head out to this big finals as Mavericks have won the toss and decided to bat first. Looking at the kind of journey they had in this tournament, typically winning while batting second initially in this tournament, but the only losing game came in this tournament was while batting second for them, as they had a bit of comfortable victories out there against Titans 11 in the league phase as well. They had scored 225 batting first, and Titans were bowled out for 141. Was a 84 runs difference between both the sides in that game, but this is finals, a different stage altogether, so we could be expecting much better performance from Titans as well, and Mavericks could never enjoy that statistics for a long way, and conditions too were different. The same venue, typically a good Chennai track, left arm spinners have done well here. New ball, we could see the fast bowlers doing well, but this being the breezy condition, this is eventually going to help the fast bowlers to do well for a long time. And that's how this is going to be. A couple of good numbers. Could clearly see the wicket as well. This is the wicket we are going to play today. Wicket number 1. Could see a bit of patches over there, overcast conditions, but not much raining, as this is drizzling now too, which is eventually going to help the fast bowlers to do well. But if it continues throughout the day, the ball might get wet due to the wet outfield. It's not wet yet, but there have been this threat as well that needs to be kept in control. And this is going to be 30 overs battle. It's going to have a lot of dramas to watch out for, whether this is going to be approached completely as a T20 format or it is going to be completely approached as a ODI format. This might also bring a question on how this 30 overs cricket might be the evolution of ODI format as well. We've already had 60 overs and then came down to 50. Then why can't coming down to less numbers than that? Not sure whether this is going to be interesting or not, but this is how the evolution is going to be. Evolution follows where the economy goes, and in cricket, if it is the most viewed game in India and it is the game which has crores of money rolling around, that's because of the kind of entertainment factor to bring those mainstream viewers to sit on front of the television or in front of the mobile screens by watching cricket matches. You have to make it more intriguing. You can't expect the viewers to watch 100 overs a day. This is turning out to be a long span, so we might be expecting the ODI format to be played in 30 overs, or we might be seeing ODI formats going down straight away, as this doesn't have much difference between the T20 format as well. As Test cricket is completely different. You have to play 2 innings, you have to play with patience, conditions coming into play, 5 days of different approaches coming into play. It's more of psychological impact. But when it comes to T20 and ODI, it's more the shorter version of ODI format. We had 60 overs to find the result on a single day. This became 50 overs. This then became T20, which eventually comes around the same corner. So there might be this thought process at some point of time. We already have T20 format which is successful. Why can't continue with the same old fashion of ODI format? If that comes in the market, only ODI World Cups will be played for every 4 years, and there won't be much of bilateral series between the teams in ODI format. Teams will be travelling, playing a couple of test matches and playing a couple of T20s, coming back to their own country. And in international calendars too, this might be getting reduced, as players will try to focus much on this franchisee crickets that's going to rule the game in future. That's how it is going to be. We'll speak a lot about that, as 30 overs cricket is raising a lot of questions on that, and I didn't see a clear picture on how this format is going to be played, as there were times in 2007 World Cup existed in T20 format. Many captains doesn't know how to approach this format. Now when you ask captains, or now when you even ask audience, they'll say 6 overs of power play for attacking cricket without losing much wickets, and then the middle overs where you have to keep focusing on the wicket column and slightly gradual increase in the run rate as well, and then the death overs, the last 5 overs where we could use the power hitters to score much runs on the board, spinners to be used in the middle over, especially the mystery spinners. If you have quick left arm spinners, you could use in the power play. So there have been a big structure out there on how T20 cricket is being approached. But when it comes to 30 overs cricket, we didn't saw that coming into international standards. But in local levels, in gully crickets and in such levels of crickets, we see a lot of 30 overs cricket being played. So to set a standard or a blueprint for this format, we're at far behind on that standard in 30 overs cricket anyway. Now finally the openers are walking into the crease. Mavericks had a couple of good performers throughout this tournament. That was clearly visible throughout this tournament, especially with the performances being put by Sundaresan. He scored 166 runs in the tournament, 5th in the overall leading run scorer, as he is the top run getter for the side with an average of 41. And we could also see Hariharan Padmanabhan, the other good run scorer, along with Yashwant as well. So Yashwant, Sivaprakash, Hariharan and most importantly Sundaresan will be the key batters to watch out for. Whereas with the way how Titans perform with the ball, Kutti obviously the leading wicket taker for the side and second in the overall numbers, 14 wickets in 7 matches. To accompany him, we could also be seeing the other secondary bowlers will be surrounded by him. Krishna, Koteshwaran were the other key bowlers to watch out for as well. This is more like the statistical approach to the way how the game is being performed. As this is a big stage, we've seen this plenty of times happening over there in the league matches. Team A will be performing well, and in final Team B will be dominating Team A. This usually will happen. That doesn't mean this is going to happen today, but there is this aspect as well which creates an expectation for this game. I'll put this at 50-50 on this map. Though Mavericks had this head-to-head battle where they have this advantage of beating up Titans by difference of 84 runs in the league match, and they are the table toppers, lost only one game just by a difference of 2 runs. So this is more like an unbeaten side Mavericks. Yet I'll say there is an equal opportunity that Titans could also be dominating. Praveen with the ball, Hariharan on strike. Straight away gets off the mark. Opening up the pace and rotating the strike as well. Gets off the mark. Hariharan Padmanabhan scored a couple of runs for the side throughout this tournament and will be expected to perform at this stage especially. This was the first ball of this over. Not much impactful, just letting the batter to throw his bat despite of any footwork. It eventually doesn't demand any footwork, to be very honest. Slips in position. Quicker one will be kept under control by the wicketkeeper as well. Speaking about the key batters doing well for the side, we spoke a lot about this in this white jersey tournaments as well. We've seen this happening for a very long time, that Sachin Tendulkar failed to perform in 2003 World Cup final. Swing and a miss. Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma are failing to score well in 2019 World Cup semi-final. So when it comes to big stages, the batters or the bowlers are the key performers who done it consistently throughout the tournament fails to perform, which lets the team to think of a different game plan which they have never did in the league phase. That's how the things are getting collapsed, and that's why it's way more important. If you are a key batter, if you have done something throughout the tournament, this is the most crucial game where that performance has to be replicated. Through the covers, the line have been prominent from him. Praveen, he been bowling it way outside the off stump so that this could only going for single, as there is a deep point fielder in position as well. Had a couple of runs as well. Now they're finally changing up the field positioning. Long off in place and a deeper point is still in position. This is just to make sure that he bowled a couple of good deliveries in this over and not to concede boundaries or sixes in the last phase of this over. More like a smooth ending, but this is a tremendous shot. Got the connection better and goes for a maximum as well. Hariharan Padmanabhan straight away starting to show some attacking intent. That's why I mentioned early before the batters came in, this format is going to be more tricky. Look at that shot. Nobody would have expected this will be coming in this ball, as this is the first over and we're watching a batter going in the air through the covers. So it depends upon the individual cricketers. Some might treat this as a T20 format and some might treat this as a ODI format. But there have been always this middle ground where cricketers have to adapt to this format perfectly. You can't just be attacking. If you suddenly lost wickets in the middle of the overs, you'll still be having 10 overs left if it is treated as a T20 format. And that's where the beauty of 30 over cricket lies as well. Good on to complete this over. That's 10 for no loss. Kutti, the new bowler, the key bowler for the side, picked up 14 wickets in this tournament. If he picks another 4 today, he'll be the leading wicket taker of the tournament. As the highest is 17 wickets. He's just behind number 1 position. Much better one. Straight bat comes into play as there is long off in position. It'll just be a single as well. Speaking about the big match pressure, especially for the key batters who are doing it well for the side, that's been a long story. It's been a fate on Indian cricket, but it's been changing now. We've seen cricketers have started adapting to big stages. with the way how Rohit Sharma batted. Oh, that pierces between the fielders, which could eventually goes for the boundary ropes as well. Comfortable boundary and the first boundary in the morning as well. This is what I've been speaking about. Look at the bat phase. He's been opening at that consciously, and there have been this miscommunication between the fielders on who's going to carry that. Pretty unfortunate, and that's a positive sign here for Hariharan Padmanabhan, showing some class in the middle. Much better one this time from Kuti, trying to change the pace to trigger the batters to go for big shots as well. There have been big reasons behind this big match pressure. What if confusions? What if this match goes away from us? We have to be more conscious. That more conscious takes us to take some extra efforts. Overdoing things will eventually leads us to fail in performing big stages. Hariharan Padmanabhan have got a good start. Should continue out to bat in the same fashion for next 10-15 overs, so that the rest of the batters could capitalize them as well. That's why the big stages, big performance coming into play in big stages like a final. Dot ball to end the over. That's 2 gets completed, 16 for no loss. After 22 matches happen in this tournament, team batting first have won 12 times. Good start from the field. Even this start is not supporting the batting first side. I would appreciate the teams playing on finals to bat first. In case if 60% of the match is being won by teams batting second, I'll still go with batting first in finals. As while you're chasing in second innings in finals, even one good over from a bowler will change the context of the game. You'll start feeling the pressure. You can never play your unusual game as a batter. That's why it's always having an upper edge while batting first. T20 World Cup final is a big example on how India made it from an unfortunate, impossible situation. That's a huge example on how batting first is going to relieve pressure from batters. Highest individual score in this tournament, 234 by 11 Bulls. And highest total chased was 213. So anything more than 220 will be a good number to watch out for. Even with the Mavericks, with the way how they performed in this tournament, whenever they batted first, they started scoring good runs. 225 when these two teams faced on in the league phase against the same opposition, which is going to help them out to do well in big stages as well. Catches the call, and that's put down. Costly dismissals these should be, as he dropped an easy sitter. Pressure on the fielders for sure, and there have been a bit of wetness on the ball, as you've seen a bit of drizzle all over the ground, which wets the grass, hammers, and doesn't require any movement from the fielder. Just stay in your place, grab the ball. Would have been a huge breakthrough anyway. Well, speaking about the total scored by Mavericks in this tournament, 225 was their highest, and that came against Titans 11 for sure. This time picks the placement, couldn't grab the ball. The slip fielder eventually goes for the boundary. No third man in position anyway. These are much better stroke makings. The way how the batters are opening up the pace of the bat, Just look at that, letting the ball to come in and glides it. Exceptional timing. No second slip and no third man. You will eventually earn the boundary with this outfield as well. Hopefully the cricketers will surely be happy with this weather. If it's not getting impacted, if it's not stopping the game, this weather is going to be a go-to weather for them. Straight away third man in position, first slip third man in deep and sweeper cover in deep. Only two fielders covering the entire leg side. Just a bit of lucky runs on the board as this outfield is trying to roll the ball down. Good stop from the fielder anyway. Couple of runs on the board to finish things off. That's 3 gets completed, 22 for no loss. This is the batting card you're watching, and there have been good batters out there waiting outside the dugout. This is a lengthy batting unit where you can take some risk of scoring runs early in the power play. Since you're having a small tail, that's not going to impact the top order batters anyway. They could start scoring runs on the board anyway. Continues to bowl Kutti. But this is very much important for the bowling unit as well to break the partnership in a regular interval of time. If it is 220 or more than that, then it is going to be a real challenge for Titans 11. Straight away trying to invade the stumps, but that's eventually turned out to be a boundary. Good timing from Nitin Raj. He's very good at playing behind the stumps. As we've seen, one going at the third man, this time it's going into the fine leg. And this is surely an invitation from Kutti. He had tried to invade the stumps in Malinga style, but it was missing the stumps, resulting in the batter glides it to the fine leg for boundary. Good outfield this is. This shows a sign of desperation here from Kutti to pick some wickets. Much better one this time from Kutti. As you've seen him trying to invade the stumps one after the other. The biggest intent behind this is to break the partnership at any cost. Let the batter do the mistake and we'll take the wicket. Oh, it almost got. But eventually turned out to be a positive one here for Nitin Raj. And Mr. Kutti have to wait for a long while to get his first wicket. Quite good under control with the way how things are going so far. Been a very decent power play for the batting unit. Mavericks City having won the toss, showing some positive intent on the ground. Without getting carried away, you can choose regions to score runs on the board. Long off in position, sweeper cover in position, short third man, backward point, cover point and extra covers. 5 fielders forming a ring at the point direction. And he's bowling at the right regions anyway. This is really good. One thing I really appreciate with the way how Praveen and Kutti doing today, they're bowling for the field position. They never got overexcited. They never did anything wrong. As Kutti is trying to bowl where his fielders are, expecting an opportunity to break the wicket as well. Oh, wonderful timing. Rusty one from the batter. Hariharan Padmanabhan. That's a beautiful shot to score a boundary as well. I really love the way how he played that shot. Let the ball to come in and just punches it on top of the ball with a wristy stroke. Look at that. Rolls up the wrist by closing up the bat face. And nobody standing at the deep. It will eventually go for boundary. Wonderful batting so far from Hariharan Padmanabhan, but a long way to go anyway. Dot ball to end the over. That's 4 gets completed, 31 for no loss. stays up with the conventional approach. The captain continues with Praveen. This is more like treating this format like an ODI format, not shuffling up with the bowlers, not trying to pick different bowlers for different overs that we've seen frequently in T20 formats. Bowler A for the first over, bowler B for the second over, bowler C for the third over, bowler D for the fourth over, and then bringing on A for the fifth over again. So this shuffle have worked well in the power plays in T20, but when it comes to ODI format, bowling off the conventional bowling approach will really work. This will help the bowlers to set themselves up to pick the wickets and get the breakthrough to be done. This improves the confidence of Praveen, having been given the third over to bowl, as the captain is still believing in him, expecting one breakthrough to be taken. That's why the beauty of this format lies. We spoke about that T20 cricket and ODI cricket are being on to same format now, as attacking cricket have started ruling the game now. That's the modern day cricket is all about. Then how could you approach a T20 match and how could you approach a ODI format? There is not going to be any difference. No careful measures for the first 10 overs. No control batting for 20 to 40. It's going to be attacking cricket right from first over to the last over, which was introduced by Brendan McCullum in 2015. If that is the case, what's the purpose of ODI format and T20 format? You'll get result in the same way in both formats. And T20 seems to be more intriguing. ODI is not traditional as well. It's been just here for 50-60 years. Not like a test cricket. Punches it through the covers, fielder in deep. Will just be a single as well. So keeping these aspects in mind, people are speaking about saving test cricket for future. I don't see test cricket dying. As we've seen key batters, the heroes, even Virat Kohli, after lifting up the trophy of RCB, in that big final itself, he told that test cricket is more rewarding and test cricket is giving more happiness than winning an IPL trophy. A stage that belongs to IPL trophy, where he delivered this statement. Catches the call that goes over the fielder's head and eventually reaches out the boundary ropes as well. Boundary for Nitin Raj. This is more of a risky stroke making, as we've seen Praveen trying to bowl outside the off stump. The length was fuller length, and he once again opened the pace of the bat and swings it completely, which lets the ball to go over the point fielder and beats up the third man as well. One thing is pretty sure, that every over gets one boundary. That's a smart way of unsettling the bowlers. Couldn't get much control over there, as they've been trying to get some couple of runs on the board. Two to end the over. That's 39 for no loss. Karthik Suresh, the new bowler, into the attack. Catches the call. Long off. Just become an audience to watch that going for a maximum. As it entered into the twin ground of Twin Park. The other ground we could clearly see over the two magnificent grounds. And this is a tremendous connection from Hariharan. Good start and a warm welcome for Karthik Suresh as well. Would have never expected this straight away going for a maximum. We've been speaking a lot about the future of how modern day cricket is going to be. That's why the predictions were going out to be. ODI format is at risk. That's mainly because of the viewership. Where Test cricket comes in a different zone is it is a different format from T20. Everything is different. Every batter gets second opportunity. Every team gets second opportunity. The way you bowl is different. The psychology is completely different in Test cricket. So it's gonna lay around. The World Test Championship is going to be there. But the biggest question is with the ODI format. Are people showing real interest in ODI bilateral series? We can speak about morality, we can speak about the classical form of the game. With that context, this will work. That ODI format have been a beautiful format for sure. But let's be very honest, the practical reality will always focus on the economy. By choosing the economy, the viewership is very high in T20 format, especially in IPL standards. The families have started watching, the mainstream audience are focusing on T20 format. Then the purpose of conducting this is going to reduce their revenue streams anyway. So in this aspect, they will be trying to increase T20 matches in bilateral series. Beautiful shot. And that eventually goes for boundary as well. Which brings up 50 up here for Mavericks CTT 2.0. A wonderful partnership between the openers without getting carried away. Played some smart and sensible strokes. The one we've seen in the air in the first ball, it dispatches for the sixer. This time it's more of a timing with a flat shot. Goes for boundary as well. And that's how it is going to be. Only ODI World Cups and one or two preview bilateral series. But apart from that, in the entire 4 years of span, another good shot. And that's a very good save from the fielder anyway. The entire span is going to be leaving a way for the franchise cricket as well. A few T20 bilateral series, a few Test cricket as a bilateral series, and rest of the time periods were going to be occupied with franchise crickets. Like IPL, we could also be getting T10 formats as well, which is going to be prominent in India, as India is the major hub of selling cricket. 6 overs getting completed, 52 for no less. That's why the bowling card gets. Praveen and Kuti have bowled the first spell, and Karthik Suresh came in straight away to concede 13 runs. But all they require is that breakthrough. Is the right time to see the spinners coming into action? If I were the skipper, I would like to go with that. But it's depending upon the kind of bowling attack you're having. If you're having top pace battery, you'll be using fast bowlers in there. If you're having good spinners, you'll be using spinners. It depends upon the kind of opportunities you have in your harmony. Even if it's a spin track, you'll use Bumrah, right? That's how it used to be. Sometimes the captains believe to go with the key bowler despite of the aspect or the style of bowling. But seems like a spinner straight away. Strong shouts! But couldn't convince the on-field umpire anyway. You could bring, the more you could bring spinners, the more you could grab wickets, especially if the spinners bowl like a spinner, not like a medium pacer. Flight the ball, get some rhythm, let the batter stretch himself up. That's the way how spin bowling works. Especially in white jersey, if you bowl spin bowling like spin bowling, you could eventually grab a lot more. Oh, flicks it away, and nobody's standing at the deep. It'll eventually roll down and go over the boundary rope as well. Welcome boundary here for Hariharan Padmanabhan. He's already into his 30s and start getting progress with these boundaries as well. This was that ball. That's why I mentioned it's a quicker one. It's more like a medium pace. It just glides it and the ball rolls over the boundary ropes. The gutsy approach must be there. Let the batter try to go for aerial route. Just flight the ball. bowl it slower through the air, and let it do its job as a spinner delivery. If this is what the off spinner is going to bowl, we can eventually go for the medium pace as well. Just put his bat over there. Took some break to break the rhythm of the batter. This is where the bowler should try to spend some time by tying the shoelace or having some discussion. So this sometimes takes some break, which eventually breaks the rhythm of the batter as well. Goes over the bowler's head. Doesn't seem to be a better connection, but had the power to go for the maximum anyway. This man, Hariharan Padmanabhan, had all the energy and power to go for such big shots. Was a flighted delivery, landing straight away closer to the batter, and he just opened up his left leg to go over the bowler's head. I thought this was a poor connection. The sound was not good, but anyway it goes for a maximum. 6 and 4 in the previous over as well, and 6 and 4 in this over as well. Hariharan Padmanabhan straight away started shifting the gears. Another one glides behind. Similar kind of one which they had in the second ball of this over, but the only difference is the outfield. This ball is not rolling much. It's not that quick of a delivery, as things were quite good under control. 12 coming off this over, with 1 to end the over. 64 for Nolas as of now. They're also having different field positioning to different batters. To not to let Hariharan to rotate the strike, they're having a short mid-wicket in position. Yet no signs are finally kept, as that's the region where the batter is trying to score runs on the board. Hariharan. Much better length, much better line from the bowler. Dot ball to end the over. That's 12 runs coming off this over. 64 for Nolas. The average first innings score here is 179, which will also be a tough total since it is finals. You can't expect 220s to happen. The pressure is different. The expectations were different. In this tournament, every ninth ball went for boundary, and the most famous mode of dismissal is caught out, and the second one is bowl. As the third one being LBW and the fourth one being stumped, which shows the spinners have done well in this venue. Could clearly see with the way how fast bowlers and spinners done well in this tournament. Especially the wickets being taken by spinners have been predominant. Just throws his bat, and the placement seems to be perfect as well. Goes for boundary. This has been his go-to option so far in this tournament, especially in this game. Opening up the pace, closing up the pace, square and fine, not going straight anyway. Another one we could see a squarey boundary. Let the ball to come in and opened up the pace to go over the point fielder. He's very strong in those regions. this turns out to be much better with the way how things got in control. Change of lens over there straight away. Helmets off from both the batters. And Nitin Raj is trying to cut it away. The same region anyway, despite of whatever happened. Out of 5 matches happened in this tournament, the last 5 matches, teams batting second have won 3 times. But these are just datas to keep an hype for the game. But overall, it will be really good to see how the individuals are going to perform today. Spinners have picked up 81 wickets in this tournament in 22 innings, whereas fast bowlers were 250. So fast bowlers have done this tournament well. Yet, in these crucial games, the more you believe in your spinners, the more you could do. That's where the expectation should be. That's what exactly happened with the Mavericks as well. Another one kept in control. This is really interesting to see with the way how Hariharan, Padmanabhan and Nitin Raj were taking up the responsibilities. And there is Sundaresan as well. The beauty about Hariharan Padmanabhan is he's a very good bowler too. He bowled a couple of good overs. We'll speak about that in the next over. It gets completed 69 for no less. Change of bowling. Koteshwar and the new bowler into the attack. And seems like time to see some revolutions on the ball as well. Wicketkeeper standing closer to the stumps. 42 of 24 Hariharan Padmanabhan proved his worth in the big stage. Extra flight to run. This is really interesting to watch out for. The other off spinner we've seen in this game, Kuti, have tried to bowl a quicker one which led the batter to score runs on the board, but this is more of a slow one through the air. The risk factors were very high and you can't just time it to the back fine leg for boundary. It's more like locked on every corner and things got quite good under control as well. Finds the aerial route. There are fielders converging together to stop that going for boundary. Good running between the wickets anyway. That's the beauty of spinners doing well here. The more you flight the ball, the more batters try to rotate the strike. But this time it's a wonderful shot. A full and delivery straight away onto the mango tree. Hariharan Padmanabhan is unstoppable today. You could have blamed the bowler as well for this length. This is not an appropriate length. Just because you flight the ball, there isn't any guarantee that you can't concede a boundary. This is more an invitation, even for the batter who's trying to defend the ball. And it's straight away onto the trees. There you could see. Much better one this time as well. That brings up 50 up here for Hariharan Padmanabhan. 50 of 27 balls. With an entire responsibility being taken. The key batter of the side have done that well. 4 boundaries, 4 sixes with a strike rate of 185. A lot more to be done today, but so far it's been a wonderful batting display. Sets a standard for Mavericks to do well in this game. As this turns out to be a couple of dot balls as well. The numbers of Hariharan Padmanabhan. Been an impressive performance. 27 ball is 50 is more like a T20 format, but he've taken up the responsibility of treating that as an ODI format as well. That's why this innings gets praised. 9 gets completed, 78 for no loss. Krishna, the new bowler, into the attack. Yeah, the impressive bowler for the side anyway. Intended Yorker straight away. Now this is the most crucial phase, the 11 to 20, where you can never know whether you could be attacking or you can stop losing wickets. And that's the phase many good batters, even after giving good start, might be losing their way in the middle. As the expectations were around 250. Could probably be more than that as well. Pulls it away to the long on fielder, will be just a single. Shifting up the gears here, Nitin Raj is 24 of 27. Wonderful innings, plays some second fiddle. Without him, this partnership wouldn't be this stronger. 80 for no loss with both batters set. Even if something happens to Hariharan's innings, Nitin Raj will carry that forward. And that's how the second fiddle should be respected. It will never be overrated. Most of the times, the performance will never even be recognized. But that contribution lets the key batters to do well anyway. That's into the gap, and the placement seems to be perfect as well. Goes for boundary. Just using the pace of the spinner, when you clearly look at the way how Hariharan is batting, the more quicker you bowl, the more better he bats. Just slides it. Imagine if it's a slower one, a flighted through the air, would have not gone for the boundary. That's why the difference comes in anyway. Dot ball to end the over. That's 84 for no loss. 84 for no loss. As you see different bowlers being shuffled on in the middle overs, but this is going to be the most dangerous phase. This shows a bit of upper hands for Mavericks as well. 84 for no loss, but if they continue with the same rhythm, this is surely going to be 220 plus. But I'm sure that this next 10 overs are going to be crucial for the batting unit. I see Titans are going to do well in 11 and 20. These 10 overs, there might be a couple of wickets falling down, the run rate might be slowing down. Batters must be careful in these 10 overs. And with the way how Kotishwaran is bowling, is different from the rest of the bowlers of Titans. He's been bowling slower through the air. If you want to go for big shots, use your own power. You can't use the pace of the ball to time it for boundaries. We've seen that enough today. And that's why the difference comes in from the rest of the bowlers to Kotishwaran. That's high in the air, catches the call. Surely it's not taking up the distance. And finds the fielder's hands as well. Tough catch this is anyway. Wonderful catch taken at the deep. The moment we've been speaking about picking wickets, it straight away started taking the advantage of the middle overs. 11 to 20 is going to be dangerous. And that had started impacting the game straight away. Nitin Raj, the batter, being dismissed. As this was attempted delivery slower through the air, and Nitin Raj is trying to play a slog sweep where he didn't got much control over the ball, and it eventually found the fielder's hands at the deep mid-wicket region. Praveen, the fielder, good catch taken anyway. That's 84 for 1. There comes the man, the highest run getter for the side, Sundaresan. One batter who consistently performed well for the side. Yes, with the bat now to bat at number 3. Just at 20 overs right from here. But I'll still say 11 to 20 is going to be the dangerous phase for the batters to continue. Rhythm got broken. One might bring 2 as well. That's what the bowling unit will be looking on. And the thing we've been speaking about right from the beginning of the innings, the key performers failing to do in a big match. Will that carry on today? We've seen one performer taking up the responsibility. Hariharan proved his worth today. How about this man, Sundaresan, on screen to face his first ball? Extra flighted delivery as Kotishwaran is trying to control the batters. If you want to go, you can go with your own power. The more slow through the air you bowl, the more advantage you have against the batter. You can confuse them, you can make them to mistime the ball. A lot of advantages. Miscommunication as well, as that anyway turns out to be a good single. Gets up the mark with that single, Sundaresan, which brings the strike back to Hariharan as well. Now what's running on the thoughts of Hariharan? If I were Hariharan, I'll try to be better disciplined and defensive against Kotishwaran. Will not try to leave another wicket on the field. As there have been this expectation, 1 brings 2 will surely be there. Much better one from Hariharan. He scored 55 runs today, yet he's having that conscious approach while attacking the bowlers. Dot ball to end the over. That's 85 for 1. Karthik, the new batter, comes in at number 4. After 10 got completed, they brought one and one brought two. Wickets have started falling in a regular interval of time. That's why I mentioned the middle overs are going to be the most challenging. Though you got a good start in the power play, the first 10 overs, if you couldn't be able to pull that for the next 10 overs, you can't place a good total at the end of 30 overs. The expectations were around 220, but this seems to be a little bit challenging. 12 gets completed, 93 for 2. There we could see 6 bowlers bowled so far. Did some tremendous job out there. Kotishwaran continues up to bowl. It seems like this man might be having a lot more impacts in this game. A lot of damages will be named after him. Catches the call, but that seems to be fair enough to get the distance as well. Hariharan Padmanabhan is playing a different cricket altogether. Whether it's a set batter or someone who's not set, this man is playing with a similar kind of intent. Hariharan Padmanabhan, wonderful batting display out there. This sets a standard among batters. Which ball could be respected and which ball could be punished. There have always been a difference on this aspect of the game. And it also depends upon the kind of batter's mindset. Another one in the air. This time over the bowler's head and over the commentary box as well. Huge one from Hariharan Padmanabhan and a much better stroke making as well. Was an extra flighter delivery anyway. Look at his backlift. That's more of an overhit with a proper timing. Straight onto the commentary box. In fact, over the commentary box as well. Back-to-back sixes to begin things off. Kotishwaran was a set bowler anyway. I was expecting him to pick a couple of wickets, but Hariharan Padmanabhan had different answers out altogether. He's trying to prove me wrong anyway. Onto the back foot this time. Things are quite good under control. Got a couple of runs on the board and brought himself to the non-strikers end as well. Things are quite good under control, which is all as that eventually earns a single as well. A risky one, but somehow managed to get in there. Single to end the over. Will be keeping the strike back for the next over as well. .76 not out Hariharan Padmanabhan. This is the most beautiful thing about Hariharan Padmanabhan. Even after scoring 76 runs, one poor delivery or one quality delivery, he's just straight away respecting that, rotating the strike. Never takes unwanted risk. He knows his range, and once the ball is being bowled in that range, he is going for big shots. As long as you have this mindset, you can play a longer innings. You're not playing blind cricket, you're not playing with premeditation. You're just watching the ball and deciding what needs to be done, trying to be more cautious on shot selections. These are the signs of responsible batters as well. Yes, things were quite good under control with the way how it's been put onto the picture. Was not showing much hurry-burry intent on how he's scoring runs on the board. He's still having a lot more opportunities. As this turns out to be quite good under control, showing a bit of defensive approach in this, as this is not at all falling on the slot. The more you bowl onto the slot, the better Hariharan will bat. The more you bowl onto the good length, he'll show the respect. And that's how cricket should be played. It should be more simplistic. Respect the good balls, attack the poor balls, play for the merit of the balls. That's what Sachin Tendulkar always says. Squeezes down there for a single as well. That seems to be 5 runs in this over so far, with one more to go anyway. Dot ball to end the over. That's 1-1-3 for 2. Saran Arunachalam, the new bowler. A left arm spinner into the crease. Will surely be an impressive performance to watch out for. I've been waiting for this for a very long time, and they finally introduced a left arm spinner as well. Bowling round the wicket, Saran Arunachalam. Much better one with the way how it's been put on to control. The most crucial phase of this innings is the wicket of Karthik at this point of time. You shouldn't spend much time on the crease. It's 80 or 45 deliveries from Hariharan and Padmanabhan, which is not going to go out of your control. But you can control the new batter to not let him to score runs on the board. The focus should always be on that particular region. Even with Hariharan and Padmanabhan, we've seen him going defensive in the previous over, and showing the similar kind of defensive approach in this over as well. Not much into attacking. Hammered through the covers. Good stop from the fielder anyway. Saved a boundary. Saves 3 runs for his side. That's a few singles as well. His things were quite good under control. 2 to end the over. Goes out with a couple of dot balls with 1 to end the over. 3 runs coming off this over. The last couple of overs have been quite good with the bowlers, and still this phase is on, which is going to earn a lot of wickets until you reach the 20th over. The more wickets you see is going to help you out as a fuel for the next 10 overs. If you lose much in this middle overs, that's going to stretch out the future. Oh, that's put down. Should have been taken. Was an easy sitter. He doesn't even have to move for that. It's almost sitting on his hands. That eventually turns out to be a dropped opportunity. This was an extra flighted delivery, inviting the batter to go through the cover drive as he played it in the air. Very unfortunate for Saran Arunachalam. Should have gone up with this wicket. 1-1-6 for 2 after 15. Bowler number 7 into the attack. Suhail comes in as number 7 bowler and change of end as well. For every 5 overs there'll be an end change. There you could see 15 gets completed, which changes the end. But this is going to be a different challenge for the new bowlers to adapt, as Hariharan Padmanabhan is enjoying his brand of cricket. The choice of decision making have been pretty impressive, and when to attack, when not to attack, that lets him to be on top of the game. There is this famous saying that batting is about when to leave your bat and when to score runs. It's similar to exact thinking. When not to bat is also batting, leaving is also batting, and that's how Hariharan Padmanabhan is scoring runs today. He's not going hard against each and every ball. He's choosing his priorities and scoring runs on the board according to that. Look, a batter who faced almost 50 balls, 80 runs, yet giving some respect to the new bowler, and that's been pretty prominent start from Suhail as well. Straight away putting the set batter under pressure on his decision making. And this straight away turns out to be medium pace, which is also going to be a letdown for the batting unit after playing spinners for the past couple of overs. But finally picks the gap, and the placement seems to be perfect. Goes for the boundary. Hariharan Padmanabhan continues his brand of cricket. Only one player have scored century in this tournament. That might be broken, as we could see a century from this man as well. Sudan Pargunam was the only centurion in this tournament, as he scored 107 as his individual number against Titans 11. That's a surprising thing. Titans were the only bowling unit have conceded an individual century, which is surely going to continue as well. Moves to 86, just 14 runs in front of him with 15 more overs. There is a bright possibility of 150s or 170s as well from this batter. If he has the same energy, the sun is not shining, it's still breezy weather, doesn't let the batters to dehydrate. Checking the shot, that's in the air, and Karthik is once again been lucky. A dropped opportunity, a poor shot, lands in between two fielders. Must be very careful with his shot selection, especially with the way how he's judging the pace of the ball. Down the ground for a couple of runs on the board. Will be just a single to end the over. That 16 gets completed, 123 for 2. Continues out to bowl. Strong shouts! Oh, that seems to be pretty closer. The moment the appeal was proposed, there have been a bit of disappointment from viewers as well, as plenty of us were expecting this batter to score a century. 87 runs. Just scored this 13 runs with calm and composed approach. That's what's going in the mindset. But anyway, that's been good start here for Saran Arunachalam as well. Pick up the gap as a sweeper cover chases down the ball, only to see that going over the boundary ropes. Moves into the 90s now, Hariharan Padmanabhan. as this one was slower through the air on the offside. In fact, a bit of quicker one too, as he used the pace and places it through the sweeper coverage, and wonderful stroke making goes to boundary as well. Goes on to the single for long off. Chance for the second run as well. Will be satisfied with that single. As these were quite good under control with the way how it is being approached. Swing and a miss one more time. Gotta remember what exactly happened when he faced Saran Arunachalam the previous over. He gave an easy catch to the covers fielder, was put on by the fielder anyway. Karthik is struggling to get himself onto the rhythm that he's looking for in this big stage. Sometimes it used to happen to players even with good, as that eventually gets the boundary from Karthik, gets his first boundary in this innings. This was more like a late cut. He let the ball to come in and slices it behind where nobody's standing at the deep. Much better stroke. Could hardly recall with the way how Vijay Shankar have batted in the Nihas Trophy final. He was a very good hitter of the ball. He had the potential to finish things off. But on that particular day, with the cutter deliveries of Mustafizur Rahman was pretty challenging for him. And he was stressed with the pressure on his face, clearly showing the signs of disappointment on a big stage when the entire world is watching you failing to perform. That's what how it is used to be when you lose your form. We'll be keeping the strike back for the next over. 10 runs coming off the over. That 17 gets completed. 133 for 2. Swing and a miss. Couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. As Suhail is continuing out to bowl. Things are quite good under control. The expectations were around the strike of Harihar and Padmanabhan. I was expecting something to be impactful. They scored 80 odd without losing any wickets in the first 10 overs. The next 10 will surely be impactful as the bowling unit picked up a couple of wickets. Yet the batters have built on a good partnership. Karthik and Hariharan make sure that they are not losing much wickets in the middle overs. And the wicketkeeper is still cheering. There have been a bit of energy for the bowlers. Change of pace that's been placed through the covers, and that eventually goes for boundary as well. Nobody could stop that, going for boundary ropes. Now Karthik have started taking up the responsibility of focusing on the run rate. This is really interesting to see with the way how the batters were eventually helping themselves out with the partnership. And Hariharan eventually got a couple of good partnerships as well. Goes down to the dot ball as well. As things got into control, couple of dot balls. Could clearly see with the way how Suhail is bowling, the same region where he conceded the other boundary as well. That's the only way the batters are finding to score runs on the board against this particular bowler. Now after a very long time, we gotta see Hariharan Padmanabhan on strike, who's 92. I hope the teammates would have not expecting that to be disclosed to the batter. Let him play with the same calmness. Let that milestone pressure shouldn't stop him from being what he is trying to be. Cuts it away and that is taken. Finally the big fish is gone. Look at that energy, look at that celebration that Suhail is taking out. A very good catch taken at the point fielder's hands. Tremendous work done out there, and that's how the innings comes to an end. A tremendous innings from Hariharan Padmanabhan. 92 runs of 55 balls was coming to an end. This was that breakthrough as well. Let him to play the cut shot. He was not much closer to the ball, and that is a very good catch taken at the point direction, which turns out to be the breakthrough as well. Good catch taken by Kutti. A tremendous innings coming to an end. Celebrations going everywhere. Happy faces. This is the breakthrough they've been looking forward to, and the expectation of a century from viewers as well is going down anyway. 138 for 3 it is. Trying to glide it away. Miscommunication. It doesn't lead up to be the wicket that they're looking for, but must be very careful. Siva Prakash, the new batter, comes in at number 5. The other interesting batter to watch out for has also been a consistent performer, and one last expectation would be around him to perform well. 18 gets completed. 138 for 3. Catches the call as it fell short of the fielders. This has been there for Karthik for a while. Can call that a luck factor, can call that an opportunity to progress, a dropped opportunity, and a few heights that didn't got distance and did got the fielder's hands as well. Siva Prakash, the number 5 batter, for the first time in today's game, the big final. Oh, that got the feather. Eventually had an opportunity to break up the partnership eventually. These were quite good under control. Got off the mark straight away with those 2 runs, Siva Prakash. But this is turning out to be risky one. Kutti used to be a very good bowler, but today he didn't got wickets on his name. A first class bowler with his tremendous approach towards picking up wickets in the middle of the partnership. Was not earning his first wicket so far today. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. His things were quite good under control. So far 167 sixers in this tournament. We've seen a couple in this game as well from Hariharan, but unfortunately the batter lost his way in the middle. Batted for almost 17 overs. That's a very good start anyway. He did his spot really well, scoring 92 runs for his side. Now it's up to the way how the rest of the batters are going to carry on with the momentum. There are many batters out there as well. These 2 batters should start playing some positive cricket to find runs on the board. Single to end the over. 142 for 3. Continues out to bowl Krishna. This is interesting stuff to replace the wicket taking bowler straight away. Should have continued to bowl another one anyway, as the captain is trying to shuffle around with spinners at this point of time, as the batters were new to the crease. A dot ball so far from Krishna. Oh, very poor delivery, and that's been taken in control for the boundary as well. This is more like a gifting to a new batter. Would surely be not happy with that performance, Krishna. Just taking back a look at that, the aim should be a quicker one it seems, but he lost the grip and it's going out of his control. Anyone will go for the boundary for this. Gets his first boundary in the morning, Siva Prakash. And a lot more to come on his way, as we're almost entering into the last 10 overs, where the intent should be to score runs on the board as well. We're gradually getting closer to the death overs. As it is turning out to be quite good under control. Couple of dot balls over there as well. Much better one. Stops the batter from scoring runs above. When you look at the way how he bowled today, especially in this over, except that one ball went for the boundary, the other were on spot. If it continued out to be a couple of dot balls, Siva Prakash might be taking some wrong decisions, poor shot selections. That's what exactly happens. A strong appeal and the fingers gone up straight away. Dot balls after dot balls added up the pressure. But Siva Prakash is not happy. He felt that this had a bat first. Taking back a look at this, we may not be having the conclusive angle of that. But he was not happy with the decision anyway, Siva Prakash, saying that it hit his glove That's what he's asking to the on-field umpires. But anyway, the on-field umpire decision will be the final. Disappointed Siva Prakash walking back to the pavilion. It's 146 for 4. This was what exactly made him to go for that paddle sweep, where it went on to be the breakthrough as well. Lokesh, the new batter, comes in at number 6. Straight after the previous one went on to be disappointing. Pushes down to be a dot ball as well. Interesting over comes to an end. That's 146 for 4. Kotishwaran back into the attack. Right time for him to come back, as he was attacked by only one batter, Hariharan. The rest of the batters struggled to score runs on the board against him, especially with the way how he brought in the breakthrough at the most crucial phase of this game, the first inning especially. Will surely be expected to do at the same standard as well. Oh, that's almost turning onto the batter. The ball has got a bit of turn. The more you do as a finger spinner, the more result you could get, especially with the way while turning the ball, the finger spinners are doing magic around the ground. catch is the call, as that turns out to be quite good under control. Just a single over there anyway. As it is getting closer. Strong shouts. Will surely be having a second thought before giving a decision this time, but this is a wonderful direct hit anyway, not out given. But that shows the kind of energy that they're having on the field. The Titans 11, we've seen that happening right from the beginning of this innings to this 21st over. The wicketkeeper have been constantly speaking to the bowler, keeping the energies up. I think these cricketers, the one with active energy, will also transform the entire team to be energetic, not to lose the momentum, not to be looking tired. That is pretty much important for a bowler. Misfield offers a couple of runs on the board as well. Coming back for the second run. Yes, that is wonderful running between the wickets as well. Which brings 150 up here for Mavericks City. Seems out to be psychologically good number. And now this getting a huge possibilities of them scoring 200 or 220. There is a possibility. If they save much wickets for the next 4-5 overs, they could eventually go bigger. Dot ball to end the over. That's 150 for 4. Rahul Venkatesan, the new bowler, into the attack. Run-up looks like Bumrah, and the action seems to be Bumrah's one. Refreshing to see such things happening in Indian cricketing standards. Over the point of time, we've seen the replications of Sunil Gavaskar, the replications of Gundappa Vishwanath, Sachin Tendulkar, Mahendra Singh Dhoni, Azharuddin, Saurav Ganguly, Sehwag, Yuvraj Singh, Virat Kohli. All of them were batters. And look at this. Beautiful thing. For the first ever time, we've seen a couple of bowlers trying to be Zahir Khan. We've seen a couple of bowlers trying to be Jogel Srinath. But that's not up to the level of this Virat Kohli or Sachin Tendulkar or Mahendra Singh Dhoni. For the first ever time, we're watching bunch of fast bowlers trying to replicate one fast bowler's action. And that's too from India. As we've seen, a couple of fast bowlers in India have followed Dale Steyn. Some of them have tried to replicate Brett Lee, James Anderson. But we've never seen, though we had great fast bowlers like Zahir Khan, like Jogel Srinath, Srishant, we didn't see much of them following them with the likes of the way how they follow the batters. But for the first ever time, we're watching n number of young Indian fast bowlers trying to adapt Jasprit Bumrah's bowling style. That is a huge success for a fast bowler in India. In fact, the key thing about that is the growth of Indian cricket over a point of time. Before 2013 or 14, where these battles of Mahendra Singh Dhoni's India versus Alastair Cook's England or the Michael Clark's Australia, that was a time when Indian spinners have started doing really well. This Ashwin Jadeja Pragyan Ojha combination was doing really well. So that was the time when India openly agreed to the fact that India depends upon spinners. For the formality, they used to give overs to bowlers like Vinay Kumar, Zahir Khan, Ishant Sharma. And after a point of time, they'll start using spinners to the most part of the test matches. And then came the captainship of Virat Kohli, where he started shaping the fast bowlers. And look at international standard, where Indians have started adapting the fast bowling well, with the likes of Mohammad Siraj, Umesh Yadav. And obviously this man, Jasprit Bumrah, there was a huge talk around when Bumrah was given a test cap by Virat Kohli. This is very unfortunate. It's going away from his control. People have judged his ability. He had good ability to bowl Yorkers. He was very good at bowling T20 cricket. But how could you use a T20 cricketer? Let's take an example of Lasith Malinga. So he was not much successful in Test cricket. So how could Jasprit Bumrah be a good context in Test cricket? That was the question. But Virat Kohli believed in him, gave him the opportunity. And look at the way how Bumrah is bowling now in Test cricket. Oh, that got edge it seems. But eventually couldn't be able to carry the wicket keeper. That is very unfortunate. 4 white balls and then one good delivery. This sometimes happens when you break the rhythm of the batter by bowling a couple of white balls. The batter might lose the focus after facing a couple of white balls one after the other. Sometimes these loose shots might be coming on to play. Goes over the bowler's head this time. And that got the distance as well. Goes for maximum. Beautiful shot selection. And Lokesh gets his first maximum. And this time it was a slot delivery. Though he bowled round the wicket, the batter had good control against the ball. And beautiful shot selection. Much needed sixer at this point of time, as this is turning out to be expensive. Well, speaking about the growth of fast bowling in India, especially with the likes of fast bowlers doing well, the myth was broken. India is supposed to do well spinners, as this condition supports the spinners and batters. All the myths were broken. India started winning matches with the fast bowlers, and that's when these inspirations came in. The younger generation started adopting, admiring this talented fast bowler, hardworking fast bowler Jasprit Bumrah. That's what we're watching here. The replicas all over India, all over the gully cricket, all over the professional cricket as well. Single to end the over. That's 22 gets completed, 164 for 4. Catches the call as it fell short of the fielder. 2 is the call, and they're running back for the second run as well. Go running between the wickets between Karthik and Lokesh. We could appreciate with the way how Karthik is batting today. He's taking his own time in the middle. No hurry-burry mindset. Not having any attitude. Just playing calm and composed cricket. These are silent killing batters. I love the pair of shoes he's wearing. Good placement. And that seems to be a wonderful stroke making as well. This is more of a sensible approach on your shot selection. Though this is risky, with the way how he approached that shot was impressive. Look at that. Opening up himself, opened a pace, and just places it at the placement where nobody's there. The fine leg kept empty. Tremendous batting display out there, as Mavericks were pasting it to be a good number. It's time to shift up the fast bowlers, it seems, as the spinners are getting damaged. Couldn't see the spinners doing well today. Might be continuing out with the left arm spinner anyway. He might be having some opportunities yet. Much better one from Kotishwaran. But speaking about the fast bowlers doing miracles on international standards for India, that was a very good transformation India could ever have. Now with this well evolved fast bowling unit, top quality spinners, the biggest question is who will replace Ashwin in Test cricket. They have to find talents. There are talents. We are not sure which is going to be channelized, or is it going to be new talent. But this is not going to be a challenging stuff. We could find good spinners all over India, which puts India in a very good position in Test cricket. Goes over the bowler's head one more time. Good stop from the fielder anyway. Will be satisfied with that saving. Saves 3 runs anyway. 23 gets completed, 173 for 4. Kutti back into the attack, as that gets a bit of thickish outside. It's quick running between the wickets as well. A small margin for error. The batters were making it to use well. These were quite good under control. Much better one to rotate the strike as well. There is a lot of time to enter into the death overs. They are already into the good position. From here they could eventually cross 225, as the partnership is looking out to be good. Oh, that's clean bowled. Finally the partnership got broken. The moment we're speaking about is Kutti is getting his wicket. 15 wickets so far in this tournament. Usually a very good wicket taking bowler, but in this game it got him too long to get his first breakthrough. A quicker one straight away bowled onto the stumps. Karthik tried to let it come. He never understood that it's way quicker than he was expecting. 175 for 5. Karthik walks back to the pavilion. Vijay Joseph, the new batter, comes in at number 7. Watching in a different direction anyway. No any special field positioning for the new batter. It's the same. And that's the reason behind this catch was the call, as it fell short of the fielder anyway. These batters straight away trying to show some attacking intent. Gets off the mark with a single, Vijay Joseph. Will one bring 2 to Kutti? He brought his well-deserved breakthrough finally. Much better one. Wonderful footwork from Lokesh anyway. The way how he timed the ball was impressive to watch out for. And this earns a couple of runs as well. Good running between the wickets anyway. Kuti is also expecting that to happen in big stage. But this footwork was impressive. I loved the way how Kuti was bowling, but these batters were having top quality approach towards attacking the spinners. Six comes off the over and a wicket as well. That's 179 for 5. Back into the attack, Krishna. Good to see with the way how Titan shuffling up the spinners with one after the other, believing in their spinners and giving more opportunities to the spinners. Short ball offered. Chance for to punish. But eventually that turns out to be just a single over there. Yet there is a good possibilities of this going out to be 230 or more. Have never been chased down in this tournament. Nobody has chased more than 220 in this tournament. With such a good standard for the Mavericks to put a good total at the end of 30 overs. But the intention seems to be on picking up wickets. That's why they're bringing up more spinners, which triggers the batters to go for big shots and eventually losing their wickets at long on or deep mid wicket. Through the covers, fielder under the ball, and that's put down. Another dropped opportunity. These were very unfortunate. We've seen a couple of dropped opportunities today, as that earns a couple of runs on the board as well. The moment he played that shot, everyone thought it is going for boundary, but there was a straight fielder who was there at the receiving end, but he was not receiving that perfectly. That's why things went out of his control. When you bowl a couple of dot balls, eventually an opportunity comes in. It's up to the way how you're going to fielders are going to make use of it. Another dot ball out there. Chance of a missed time or a poor shot selection from the batter. That's how it used it to be. Especially with the way how Vijay Joseph is batting. He seems to be pretty busy with his shot selection. That catches the call, as it's landing in the area where it doesn't have the fielder at the receiving end. Single to end the over. Just 4 runs coming off the over. That's 25 gets completed. 183 for 5. Praveen back into the attack. As we're almost entering into the death overs, the last 5 overs, where the batters will be trying to maximize the numbers. Start of the swing to the deep mid-wicket region. 2 is the call, and if we do such silly mistakes, will eventually convert it to be the second run. This is what this should be approached as a T20 format. Every single run matters. Imagine if this game gets closer to 1 ball 7 runs required, or 1 ball 8 runs required. Those 2 runs, 3 runs are going to be the impactful numbers. Keeping that in mind, the bowling unit and the fielder especially must be good in grabbing catches and not to lose the balls out of the control, as it is very much important. Swing and a miss. Couldn't get the connection that he is looking for, but that seems to be pretty good that Vijay Joseph is trying to find the aerial route. Not just with this ball, right from the beginning of his innings, he was trying to find the aerial route to score a couple of runs on the board. That intent was appreciable, but once you start playing such shots one after the other, the bowlers will understand your ideology on batting. They could eventually put a good game plan against you. Got the connection better, and the timing seems to be perfect as well. Goes for boundary. This man is not just swinging the bat, he's also placing it to the boundary ropes as well. This time it was more like a back of good length, which led the batter to cut it away. In fact, pull it away to the deep mid-wicket region where nobody's standing. To the long off fielder. Will be just a single over there. Will be satisfied with the numbers put on to the scoreboard so far. It 8 runs already. It's been quite good under control. It's been 8 runs already, as that brings strike back to Lokesh as well. Finds the aerial route and covers the distance as well. Lokesh was expecting that particular ball, and once delivered, just dispatches it over the long on fielder. Just taking back a look at that shot, it was more of a slot delivery. Lokesh was also expecting that to happen and plays the typical slogs shot over the long on fielder to go for the maximum. Will be satisfied with this shot selection as well. $197 for 5. Dot ball to end the over. That's 26 gets completed. 197 for 5. Last over for Kutti. 1 for 37 in his 5 overs. Might not be happy with the performance, but this last over could also bring a lot more damage. He's such a dangerous one. That's why he's been brought into 27th over. Starts off with a single that brings strike back to Lokesh. Scored a 6 in the previous over. Love the way how the positionings are being made, trying to sweep it away. But the target region was the leg side, that's pretty sure. Both the batters were intending to play it on the leg side, which may also be a problem against the fast bowlers. 199 for 5 already. Catches the call. That pierces between the long off and extra covers as well. Good stop from the fielder anyway, as that saves 3 runs for his side. Brings 200 up here for Mavericks. Been a tremendous performance put on by him, especially with the efforts of Hariharan. They put this huge number of 200 in a big stage like a final, which is surely going to be a fighting total right from here, whatever they get. That's why they're targeting on to score runs on the board. Been pretty decent over so far from Kuti. Changes his pace finally. Bowled a lot more quicker deliveries and got some punishment, but now finally slower through the air. Oh, that's a misfield. That's very unfortunate, as it went out of the control of long off fielder. This was a surprising quicker one, but he was well prepared for that. The batter, Vijay Joseph, got some luck to get that boundary, as well as the fielder was not expecting that to come on his way. Satish. 8 coming off this over and 1 more to go. Two is the call. And with that single, the spell of Kuti is coming to an end. 1 for 46 in a big stage. Very unfortunate for him. That's how it is going to be concluded. 2 not 6 for 5 there. You could see the batting scorecard. Karthik did well. Nitin Raj did well. Lokesh is doing well. Vijay Joseph is doing well. It's been a contributed performance from the rest of the batters, and Hariharan took up the most part of it. A wonderful batting display from Mavericks so far with 3 more overs to go. Catches the call, and that's way beyond his reaching area. Suhail back into the attack. I was expecting this particular bowler for a very long time. He was the one who brought in the breakthroughs at the right point of time, and the team was badly expecting that to happen. And that celebration after picking up the wicket of Hariharan was immense. He was the one who brought in the wicket of Hariharan as well. But unfortunately, it was not given much overs to bowl. Just 2 overs. Even after being a top bowler, he could eventually be bowling 1 more in this game as well. As you've seen, Koteshwaran bowling 5 overs, Krishna bowling 5 overs, Praveen bowling 5 overs. Kuti was the only bowler completed his spell today. It's interesting to see with the way how Suhail is bowling. Maybe I might be getting this thought, like while coming on closer to the landing area before releasing the ball, he's more like looking out to be an Ishant Sharma. Just look at the way how he's loading the ball. It's resembling Ishant Sharma. This is what I've been speaking about. Look at that loading. Not exactly, in fact. I was overthinking maybe. It also gotta get closer to what Ashok Dinda does as well. But what's most important is with the impact that you're making. That's most important. Suhail has conceded just a few singles at the most crucial phase of this innings. Single, single, single. And last 2 balls, as the batters might be trying to maximize the numbers in these overs. Change of pace and a strong shout as well. as it turns out to be a chance of a wicket as well. Turns out to be just a single anyway. 211 for 5, just 5 runs of 5 balls. Has a good control over the batters. Suhail was doing really well. But it's all depends upon whether it's a good over or it's a bad over. That depends upon the kind of impact it is going to get in the last ball. If it goes for a sixer, it's a poor over. Lucky one, that's a poor delivery anyway. Eventually turns out to be a single. 6 runs coming off the 2 over. That's 212 for 5. Praveen to bowl the 29th over. Will be his last over as well in today's game. Bowling his 6th over. Five overs, 42 for 0. Was not much impactful with the ball anyway. That's high in the air. And one more time lands in a no man's area. Turns out to be just a single. It's not just about the innings played by Hariharan. It's about the way how rest of the batters batted as well. 25 by Nitin Raj for the opening partnership of 84. And then a 40-odd partnership between Hariharan and Karthik. Catches the call, fielder under the ball, and that's been comfortably taken. Finally the partnership got broken. This is also turning out to be a dangerous partnership for 48 runs. In fact, 38 runs stand in no time. Invited him to play the cut shot, but was not getting enough timing over there and got himself caught by the point fielder. Suhail takes the catch and Vijay Joseph, the batter, being dismissed. 213 for 6. Arun, the new batter, comes in at number 8. A cheeky one, couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. Turns out to be a wide ball. Positive intent shown by Arun straight away, trying to find some gaps to score runs on the board. This have been something to be kept under control. As the last 10 balls, can they be able to make it to 240s? We gotta wait and watch. Seems like he's getting a warning. Not sure what was the bowler having a chat. But anyway, to the new batter, can he be able to pull things off? A few boundaries required right from here. Another cheeky one and got the connection as well. This is beautiful stuff. And that's the beauty of modern day cricket as well. Arun came in and straight away gets off the mark with one of the cheeky and weirdest stroke making. The intent was to go over the fine leg, but the line was different, length was different, but he altered his shot to short third man. A wonderful stroke making and innovation comes into play from Arun. Now this is going to lead up to a lot more pressure on Praveen. What if he tries another cheeky one? Shall we bowl a short ball? Shall we bowl a slower one? This is a very good approach from Arun as well. Much better one, much better one. But I'll say this is a poor choice of bowling, as Arun is trying to go for scoop shots again. It's more likely a gifted delivery. Arun misses out anyway. That's why he should focus on to stop the batters from scoring runs on the board without conceding the loopholes of the game. No doubt Arun might be going one more time. Will just be a single over that. Turns out to be a decent over from Praveen anyway. Just 6 runs coming on this over with one more to go. In fact, 7 runs coming off this over. And that's where things got concluded. Single to end the over. It's 220 for 6 after 29. Much better than what they did in the league match against the same opposition. They scored 225 for 10. Now 220 for 6 with one more over to go. Must be more than that. That's the highest individual team total by Mavericks in this tournament, 225. Will be expected to score more than that in this game. An overall highest score by a team in this tournament is 234 by 11s. Strong shouts, no chance of that being given out. Starts off with a dot ball anyway, a bit of positive intent in the middle, but will surely be expected to perform in the same standard. 234 by 11 Bulls. Can Mavericks be able to score another 14 runs in 5 balls? I don't see that's working out. But anyway, let's have a chat about that. And 220 plus totals have never been defended in this tournament's track record. Might be changing in this game as well, but so far it's been psychological confidence for Mavericks batters and bowlers as well. Goes over the bowler's head. It's not impactful, which is short selection, as things have got quite good under control. They could still make it to another 13-14 runs, so that this will be the highest team total in this tournament, Super 30s Champions Trophy, season number 8. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection that he's looking for. Wonderful Yorker nailed by Suhail. One more thing got into control. Arun's intention to play some cheeky shots is not working well as of expected. He's not showing interest on generating power to go for the big shots. That's always appreciable. That's what Steven Smith done when he began his T20 career. It's not just about power in T20 cricket. You have to be innovative to score runs on the board. You have to be smart enough to find ways to score runs on the board. Couldn't get the connection that he's looking for. That goes for wide ball anyway, as these were lost 3 balls of the first innings. After winning the toss, Mavericks have decided to bat first. Would be really happy with that performance today. Pulls it to the deep mid-wicket region. No chance of getting back for the second run as well. Turning out to be a decent over. as things were quite good under control. It was being tested with proper patience. Especially the partnerships have been the key factor today. For every here and then there is a 30-40 runs partnership together. Batters trying to score some 20s. In fact, 4 batters scored 20 plus runs today, along with a 92 from Hariharan. This puts together 194 runs. Hariharan 92, Nitin Raj 25, Karthik 29, Lokesh 28 and Vijay Joseph 20. This itself almost gets into 190 odds. And the rest came through extras, 14 runs and few runs scored by Arun, Sundaresan and Siva Prakash as well. Without the help of Sundaresan, the key batter, they did this majestic number today. That shows the kind of ability they're having. Finds the aerial route. There is a fielder in deep as well. That turned out to be a misjudgment and goes for boundary as well. Beats up their previous best, as this is the highest total by Mavericks in this tournament, 227 for 6, and that came in a big stage like a finals. Suhail tried to bowl it outside the off stump. Was not much connecting shot, but the fielder had judged it wrongly. It's cutting away from him and earns 4 runs for the side. 227 for 6 at the end of 30 overs. That's the end total, with Hariharan being the top scorer, 92 runs, and Nitin Raj 25, Karthik 29, Lokesh 32 and Vijay Joseph 20. All the batters puts up together to make it a good total at the end of 30 overs. We'll be really happy with the performance. On the other hand, with the ball, Praveen was expensive, 50 runs conceded, Kuti conceded 46. Both picked up a wicket on their names at the later part of the innings. Suhail was a pick of the bowler, 4 overs, 24 for 1. Kotishwaran, 5 overs, 37 for 1. Krishna was really good, 5 overs, 27 for 2. And a few overs for Saran and Rahul Venkatesan as well. Overall, it's been a struggling bowling innings from them. And now they're having a target of 228 to win this game. Let's wait and watch what's going to happen in the second innings as well. 228 the target as the Titans were walking onto the crease. A little challenging one on a big day, a special day. If they could be able to make it, they could celebrate for their hard work, for the journey out there, with the way how they fought in the eliminator. Everything will be paid off, but that's not going to be easy, as Mavericks were also having wonderful bowlers on the courts as well. Hariharan as well again will be interesting prospect to watch out for. There you could see a bit of relaxed approach, as they were happy with their performance in the first innings, but that shouldn't be carried on with a careless intent. Already we've scored 227, so there won't be any chance of Titans getting closer to that. That mindset should never be there. Cricket will always have some opportunity to all of the teams that is going to give 200%. So it's always better to have a good fighting spirit, smiling faces with good energy. Mavericks are onto the field. As everything set over there with moments before the beginning of this final. As the entire unit is ready to start things off for this huge target. Should surely start with the first over. Should surely start with the beginning of the innings as well. The expectations would be on Gian. Has scored 277 runs for the side. Second leading run scorer and highest run scorer for Titans 11. Will be expected to perform with the same standard today. He was the only batter who took up the maximum impact on this tournament, maximum responsibilities of scoring runs, along with batters like Abhishek have also contributed a bit, and Kutti as well. Will be expected to perform with the same standard today. He was the only batter to maximum impact on this tournament. Honest will be interesting to watch out for, as he is also the interesting prospect to see how it's going to happen. Hariharan 9 wickets for him, Ernest 9 wickets for him, and obviously Lokesh and Karthik. There are plenty of other bowlers as well setting themselves up. Seems like they're gonna start with the spinner, wicketkeeper with helmets on and slips in position. As that's what keeping them to move forward. We're going to speak with the top bowlers. Hariharan, overall 13 wickets, not just with some good numbers. Santosh Kumar was good. Arun was in good form. So these players will be key to watch out for despite of this tournament. Obviously Hariharan with the ball had a good journey with the first innings, who tried to carry on with the same. Abhishek with the ball along with Gian at the non-strikers, and the most crucial batter will be expected to perform well today as well. Misfield, and straight away that goes over the boundary ropes. Positive start to the first innings. Abhishek gets off the mark with the boundary. And obviously this is a misfield, but that timing was also spot on. Turns out to be a little bit of challenging for them. Sudden adjustments on the field positioning, as the sweeper cover is still in position, and there is a long off in place, having slips in place. This is more of a typical T20 field positioning, but two fielders on the offside was surprising, and he's bowling on the same angle. He's providing some justice to that as well. But I would expect something from Hariharan and Padmanabhan. He had batted well today. That impact will carry on in the second innings as well. Despite of him bowling well or not, psychologically it's going to help him well to pick wickets, and he's already doing it really well. Moving away from the batter, as that seems to be his go-to approach. Much better one, much better one. Just controls the batter. Made him to struggle to score runs on the board. This is the way how a first over should be. The more you pick wickets in the first 10 overs, the more you could dominate this innings. Though the target is high, it's always important to join the winning track as quick as possible. Swing and a miss again. That's dot ball to end the over. Just 4 for no loss. Honest with the ball. 9 wickets so far in this tournament. He's been one of the pick of the bowlers. Especially for this side, Mavericks have done really well. Honest. Second slips in place, and that is more of a gully or a short third man. Somewhere in middle between both the angles. And slips removed straight away. That is a short fine leg. This is more of a defensive approach than trying to pick wickets, as he's trying to stop the batters right away from the power play from scoring runs on the board. That will build pressure and it will eventually earn wickets. Gian straight away gets off the mark with a single, the most dangerous batter to watch out for. If one man could change this game along with the support of others, Gian is the most impressive batter and strong batter as well. The more he stays in the crease, the more the danger for Mavericks. Strong shouts! Couldn't convince the on-field umpire. He was spot on with his decision the moment he saw the ball. That is very good. It should be done with that clarity. Sometimes the bowler or the wicketkeeper will shout for something that is actually a not out. Will be a close, in fact. And sometimes the batter gets confused with the kind of sound and clarity that the bowler and the wicketkeeper were having. It's more like earning the wicket for LBW. This was a culture before the DRS was introduced. But now we've got DRS, the clarity and the visualizations were clear in international cricket. But in this tournament, we're not having DRS as of now, as White Jersey is keenly working on those updates through all those infrastructures. Trying to show some positivity out there. Meeting the balls in the middle of the blade was impressive, but couldn't get runs that they're looking for. I really love the way how they're having the closer keeper behind the stumps and bowling the medium pace one after the other. This doesn't let the batters to express themselves. To play such bowlers, you have to step out or you have to stretch yourself forward. If that happens, there is a more chance of you lifting up your back foot and the wicketkeeper is standing behind you. That's where the threat lies. But the secret weapon here is there won't be any bouncers, since the wicketkeeper closer to the stumps. No third man, no fine leg, not at all a single chance for a bouncer. Keeping that in mind, he could play some positive cricket, playing on front foot anyway. Abhishek should keep that in mind. So both bowler and batter were having some advantage if the wicketkeeper is closer to the stumps. But as of now, the bowler is enjoying that to the fullest. He had that field anyway. Oh, beautiful shot. This is more like a gifted delivery and the timing seems to be perfect. It's a maximum to finish things off on the second over. And with that maximum, it turns out to be a 7 runs over. But with this length that he bowled was not a regular one. Even the line, a stump line and a fuller length. More like an invitation. Abhishek was not prepared for that shot. After watching the ball, he decided to go over there. 11 for no loss after 2. Continues out to bowl Hariharan Padmanabhan. Much better to play with the positive cricket, especially with the man on strike, Jian. The man who did well today scored 92, Hariharan Padmanabhan with the ball. And Jian did well throughout this tournament, scored some 277 runs, second highest run scorer of the tournament. Can he be able to show the stings of that class in this big match? All eyes on Jian now. Strong shouts. No signs of that being a wicket, but this is really interesting to watch with the way how the wicketkeeper is giving the cooperation, the entire fielding unit is giving the cooperation, might boosting up the confidence of Hariharan as well. He already in confident with the numbers he had in the first innings. Bit of miscommunication. That's clear-cut sign that Jian is trying to rotate the strike. He is not interested to face the bowler throughout this over or to attack the bowler. He wants some time with the non-strikers in, it seems. Oh, chance! But that was not an easy way. Good try from the fielder anyway. This is turning out to be a lot more dramatic space. I thought it was a catch, but it's not having much reaction time to the bowler. And then at the end, I thought it was a boundary. But good stop from the long off fielder. Saves 3 runs for his side. And Jian, if that boundary was there, he would have earned some confidence. This was where the problem lies. These were quick singles for which Abhishek was not well prepared. But somehow they managed to get it with one to end the over. I feel something fishy could happen in the ball. The last ball. Will this be a wicket taking delivery? Flicks it away, and that's put down. A sitter was dropped down one more time. 2 opportunities. The first one was not even considered to be opportunity, but this should have been taken at this level of cricket. As he flicked it away, and there was a fielder straight away. This is very unfortunate. 14 for no loss. Anas with the ball. Would clearly having that thing in the mind. The sixer that went in the last ball of his previous over will never try to bowl the same line or length to any of these batters at this moment of time. It's actually earning sixers. There is no deep fielders on the onside. Only a short mid wicket and mid on inside the circle. And there is a deep square leg as well. Yes, this is turning out to be quite good under control. This line is the problem here. This is more of a 50-50 line. There is a 50% chance for trouble, but there is a huge amount of probability for the batter to go for the boundary. In fact, that's what Jian is waiting for as well. Strong shouts again. Had some double sounds, it seems, as the umpire says it's onto the pads of the batter. But these appeals might sometimes confuse the umpire. Even the batters, there have been a constant pressure. Even a silly mistake, these fielders and this entire unit is ready to pick your wicket. Very challenging stuff for any batter. Another one turns out to be a dot ball. Strong shouts, a slow one. But you cannot convince the on-field umpire. They'll be very conscious on giving decisions. Even the benefit of the doubt goes on favor of batter. That's how it used to be. It should be plumb in front of wicket to earn this wicket. So far, there have been a bit of defensive approach from Titans, but they didn't lost any wicket. That is a positive sign as well, as Ernest is also trying his best by bowling a couple of dot balls one after the other. Jian, one of the key batters, the crucial batter, is playing some unusual innings of him. Shows the clear-cut confidence. That is not even a slip fielder, but there have been a bit of fear to throw the bat. As Gian understood the seriousness of this game. If one wicket falls, that continues out to be 2, 3 and 4. That's what this wicket's supposed to be. Eventually Mavericks had good batters to contain the partnership after every wicket falling down. But that's not going to be the story for everyone. 2 is the call from Gian. Will be just a single anyway. To end the over, that's 15 for no loss. Continues out to bowl Hariharan Padmanabhan. That was pretty close, but eventually turns out to be just a single. Good to see that the batters were understanding the pressure on this game and reacting to that exactly. It's not the time to attack. Let's stay patient and we'll get our times as the mainstream bowlers are doing well. If the other bowlers comes in, this might turn out to be an opportunity as well. They gotta wait for that to happen. But as of now, this is a wonderful bowling display from Hariharan. Along with Ernest as well. As both the bowlers have did their part really well today. Good start to the power play. No signs of them picking up wickets, but there have been a bit of pressure. Any new bowler coming in might be releasing that pressure off. That's where the game's secret lies in. Whether they could be able to do that or not. Swing and a miss again. Abhishek seems like he lost his control. Round the wicket and over the wicket. This is more of a psychological impact. He's trying to push the batter under pressure one after the other. The batter is also ready to do some mistakes now. He was under pressure facing a couple of dot balls. Poor shots are under the courts, but somehow manages to get things under control. The line have also been changing constantly. He's trying to bowl outside the off stump. At some point of time, this might also be coming on to the batter, invading the stumps. That's why we've seen that maximum from Abhishek. If that was not there, it will be 16 ball 5 runs from him. More or less what GR is doing. Dot ball to end the over. That's 5 gets completed, 18 for no loss. Seems like he's continuing out to bowl Ernest. Change of end as well after 5 overs getting completed. Every 5 overs the ends will be changing, and sometimes a particular end will support the batters and a particular end will earn a lot of wickets. We're not sure about this end, and it's this is turning out to be a little lucky one, as the batters are getting a couple of runs on the board, and it eventually turns out to be a boundary as well. Very unlucky to honest. That's almost missing the stumps. Not for the first time. There have been happening for a couple of times, missing the stumps and earning some boundaries to the batters. That's the way you're going to come out of the crisis as well. (22 for no loss). As the required run rate is already 8.30. The more conscious you play, the more the expected run rate would be. There should be a focus on that as well. Turns out to be another dot ball as well. There is still a possibility of wicket, as Jian is still struggling and getting a lot of inside edges. Unfortunate that it turns out to be a dot ball as well. This is seriously turning out to be challenging. When you're chasing a target of 228, it's not just about saving your wicket for the future. There is no future in 30 overs game. It's all about staying in the moment. If this moment is not earning you runs, you cannot score runs after a couple of overs. It's already 8.4 on the required run rate. The batters are taking a lot more than usual. The only intention is not to lose the wicket. That is a poor idea of chasing a target. If you're seriously planning to chase a target of 228, you will lose a lot of wickets. There will be a lot of good fighters. Your openers might fail. Your number 3 will perform. Your number 4 and 5 will fail. Your 6 will perform. 7 will fail. 8 will come and perform to win the game. If that has to happen, you have to lose wickets by trying. That's where the magic happens. Chasing is really challenging in finals. These big matches will always make chasing a little trouble, especially when you're chasing a target of 228. Then this must have some serious measures. Pulls it away. This is what I've been speaking about. A wonderful timing that earns the boundary as well. Good stroke making from Abhishek. They had only 2 fielders on the onside. Just went through the line and guides the ball to the deep mid-wicket region, and the outfield takes care of the rest as well. Second boundary of the over as well. 9 runs coming in this over. Another misfield, which turns out to be miscommunication as well. Dot ball to end the over. That's 27 for no loss. (27 for no loss). Seems like a change in bowling. Karthik comes into the attack. Another good bowler to watch out for from Mavericks. Still the wicketkeeper stands closer to the stumps. This approach is really working well. that it doesn't let the batter to play with freedom. There comes the balance and the resilience where these batters are trying to keep things under control. Onto the stumps once again, more like a similar kind of bowlers, as all these three bowlers will have some similarities as well, and they're unique on their ways as well. But one thing is common, that wicket keeper closer to the stumps and invading the stumps one after the other. Still no signs of convincing boundaries. We've seen a bit of inside edges going for boundaries. That's almost on top of the bails. Chance was missed down one more time. There is still a sounding and cheers all over the ground. There have been a good energy among the Mavericks fielders. Change of field positioning. Deep mid-wicket and long on are the two fielders outside the circle. There is a short fine leg as well on the onside. Rest of the fielders are on the offside. As it turns out to be quite good under control. Even Gian is showing some hesitance to score runs on the board. Not taking efforts. This is more like least conventional approaching just chase. Good try from the fielder, as that saves another boundary as well. This is what exactly happening in every over. 3 runs and 4 runs coming on every over. As the current run rate is 4.39 and required run rate is 8.55. Almost doubles the expectation. There is still a possibility, but they have to try. They have to fight. Single to end the over. Just 4 runs coming off the over. That 7 gets completed. 31 for no loss. Ernest continues out to bowl his 4th over. Just a similar kind of impacts over there. They have to reassess their approach on this game, as it is more like them taking things under control. You can't just take the game deep. Even if it is a T20 contest, this run rate is very challenging. Almost 197 runs right from now. In 23 overs with 10 wickets in his hands. Could be gettable if they show some intent. Through the covers, catches the call, and that is taken. Look at the celebration, smile on the face. Finally brought in the breakthrough. And Ernest, the intention of the captain to bring Ernest for the 4th time have worked well for them. Finally brought them the breakthrough. This one was more like an invitation to play the cover drive, but he find to play it in the air, and that is a tremendous catch taken at the covers, and the smile on the face shows how important that wicket for them. Abhishek, the batter, being dismissed, and that was a wonderful catch taken by Hariharan Padmanabhan. He was an all-rounder today. He's almost everywhere. 31 for 1. Kutti, the new batter, comes in at number 3. As it is straight away went away from the batter. Miraculous bowling display here from the bowlers of Mavericks. Every new bowler were doing something unrealistic to control, especially with the way how Ernest is bowling. He's one among the top class bowlers of this tournament. A key prospect to Mavericks, and he's been proving his worth one more time in this tournament. Much better one from the fielder. Saves the boundary as well. This is a wonderful cricket out there from Mavericks, stopping even a small piece of expectation for Titans. They've been controlling everything. Well, speaking about Titans 11, either they should take some risk of scoring runs, or they should completely play some conscious cricket by rotating the strike. Seems like they've been locked in between both, facing a couple of dot balls and then trying to go for boundary, adding up a lot more pressures. There wasn't any planning. The planning was not much proper in terms of chasing down this target. That's where this game is going away from their control. Eight gets completed, 33 for 1. Just 2 runs coming off that over. "13 of 21 balls." Gian is watching all these dramas happening at the strikers end, standing unhelpful at the non-strikers end. This is very unusual kind of batting display from Gian. He's a very good batter, loves to score runs on the board, including the entire unit. Titans 11 have been wonderful so far in this tournament. Their batting efficiency have been fine-tuned, but this game, especially while chasing, adds up a lot more pressure. The only thing that they follow in their mind is not to lose the wicket, but that's not the right formula to approach in these games. You can't have a straight out formula on every game. The game decides which formula works. On this game, saving a wicket is not going to deal anything. Just take the risk of scoring runs, get closer to the target. There is no point in saving wickets and playing the entire 30 overs if you cannot win the match. That should be kept in mind. Either Kutti should try scoring runs on the board. So it's getting pretty closer. Couple of dot balls out there will surely be adding a lot more pressure to Kutti as well. Choose the call. I'll be satisfied with a single anyway, as that turns out to be a couple of runs on the board. No signs of any boundaries or sixes with confident stroke makings. The entire first 10 overs are going to get completed, and we didn't see much of magical performance from Titans 11 batters. Something onto the long on as well. Will just be a single. This is tremendous work out there. Not even a single bowler is leaving a loophole to score runs on the board. 3 coming up this over with 1 more to go. Kutti on strike. Single to end the over. That's 37 for 1. Lokesh, the new bowler, into the attack. Straight away moves down to some revolution through the air. Will this be the time to change the game plan? Time to rediscover on what needs to be done. 9.17 the required run rate. Kutti on strike. Much better one. They're still struggling to get some runs on the board, but this is a different bowler altogether. He's not the same medium pacer swinging the ball away from the batter. He's more like a spinner, just flighting it and getting some revolutions through the air, which creates a spin. But surely be trying to step out this time. Gian have waited for a very long time, have been here for almost 23 balls and almost 10 overs of an innings. Would have understood the condition better, and there is a spinner with the ball. More chances of him stepping out or maybe staying in the ground and trying to attack. Swing and a miss. Not much impactful with the connection as well, as it is turning out to be quite good under control. 2 to end the over. Oh, get some edge. But there is no slips in position, which will eventually earn them some boundary. A lucky boundary here for the batting unit. Unfortunate for the new bowler. As he did his best. He didn't have a slip fielder. Lucky runs on the board, which is one to complete the first 10 overs. Though they didn't lose much wickets, seems like this 10 overs have been more of domination 10 overs from Mavericks bowlers and fielders in terms of controlling the run rate. Now the dot ball to end the over. That's 10 gets completed, 42 for 1. Continues to bowl Karthik, but from different end that finds the aerial route. Eventually turns out to be a boundary as well. Lucky boundary this is turning out to be. One more time was a misfield, eventually gone down as a boundary. Look at that shot. It reminds us of Ambati Raidu's slog over the long on fielder. As he eventually didn't know that it will go for boundary, as the long on fielder slightly misjudged the ball. Could clearly hear the sounds. The fielding standards are saving a couple of runs. That's what the difference between Mavericks and Titans today. We could clearly see with the catches being taken and balls being stopped. Whereas on the first innings, we've seen the Titan fielders losing a lot of drop catches and conceding more runs. One converted into two, two converted into three. That's where this difference comes in. Two is the call from the batter. No chance of that being the second run. Trying to show some positive intent out there. Finally, after the hydration break, Kuti was given some job to do, and he's replicating that straight away. Pulls it away as the fielders chasing down the ball will be going over the boundary ropes. This time Gian gets a boundary after a very long time. And it's a much needed boundary for him to get into the form as well. It had a bit of slowness on the condition. He waited for the ball to come on and then plays the shot. The placement was perfect anyway. Another one high in the air and got the distance as well. That's a tremendous stroke making from Kutti. As runs have got boosted straight away after the hydration break. 16 runs coming off that over. Was this one straight away? A slower delivery onto the slot, and that's been good connection from the batter as well. 11 gets completed, 58 for 1. Continues to bowl Lokesh. Swings the bat. Connection seems to be perfect as both the batters were setting themselves up to score runs on the board. I think this hydration break made a huge change in the approach of Kutti. As it's mandatory for Jian to play longer innings, but Kutti to create some immediate impact. That's been between the fielders on the gap. Will be getting a single as well. As it is turning out to be quite good under control. The approach have changed. They were pretty defensive before the 10th over. But after the 10th over, after the discussion of the team, the strategy have changed. A little bit of explosion as there are plenty of other batters sitting in the dugout as well. They no need to be taking up a huge responsibility by playing conscious cricket. Catches the call and that's put down by the fielder. This is very tricky. Very unfortunate as well. With just few steps in control, that would have been taken. Should have also been a huge wicket as well. Now the current run rate is 5.31 and required run rate is 8.97. Good that there is a progress out there from the batting unit. Helicopter was not taking off anyway. Speaking about these things, this particular over from Lokesh, he knows that Kutti and Jian were in an intent to go for the big shot, and having known that, he's still having the guts to bowl closer to the batters. That's where the trap lies in between as well. Continues up to bowl Lokesh. Will this be a wicket-taking delivery? There is a possibility that they were also looking forward to pick some wickets in the middle. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. Turning back to what they've did so far in this innings. Just 5 runs coming off the first 5 balls with 1 more to go. Two is the call, and they are satisfied with that single as well. 6 runs coming off the over, that's 64 for 1. Siva Prakash, the new bowler, into the attack. As the placement seems to be perfect, we'll be getting a couple of runs as well for that. Satisfied with the single anyway. As that seems to be quite good under control. Though the intent seems to be perfect. They couldn't score 7-8 run or more than that. It shows that still Mavericks are dominating this innings. Got the connection better. Seems like it's more of a slap. And got the boundary as well. Tremendous stroke making from Jian. And this is very much needed at this point of time. It got a bit of timing led for him. He waited for the ball to come on and laid it on top of it. Into the 30s now. Jian slowly setting himself well to make it a big chase. 159 of 106 right from here. Still, it's a Himalayan target for them. They have to be very much conscious on what needs to be done. For every over there should be a plan. For every 5 overs there should be a destination that they're expecting to reach. That's how this chase could be possible. Much better one. Much better one from Siva Prakash. If the target was not there, just watching the ball, trying to go for big shots, will never work. There should be mathematical calculation on what needs to be done. Got the connection better. Will just be a single. The misfield margins were very low with Mavericks. The fielding standard have been efficient. And that's why the single is not converted into twos. Twos were not converted to threes. Good try from the fielder, but that eventually goes for boundary anyway. Another good shot that goes to the boundary. Jian is trying to shift his game to the next level. Yes, that's what we've been watching out here with the kind of shots, expanding his arms, and the connection seems to be perfect. The field position was interesting, and he picked up the gap anyway. And these are the areas where they have to look at to control runs from flowing. Thirteen gets completed, 75 for 1. Trying to bowl it slow through the air. Lokesh will surely be the game changer if the length was altered. Kuti was expecting a fuller length to go for the big shot. When you look at his wagon wheel, that's what the length he continued to attack. Strong shouts from the wicketkeeper. There have been double sound as well, but that might be coming out from the pads as well. Even the bowler was not confident with that appeal. Almost halfway through the second innings. This is like very short of what they're expecting for. Though they know the target, the chase was not much active. They are still playing conscious cricket, not sure what they are going to do after reaching out the 30th over if there is no runs on the board. Should have been around 90 or 100 at this point of time. Even if they lost a couple of wickets, that's not a problem. Yorker straight away from Lokesh. That turns out to be another good one. Couple of dot balls again, which is not letting the batters to score more than expected. Since this is chasing, though the run rate might be covered at some point of time, you can't take such risk in a 30 overs match, especially in a final. Now the good control from the fielder will be just a single. Just 2 runs coming off this over and 1 more to go. That this is turning out to be another interesting stuff to watch out for. Dot ball to end the over. That's 77 for 1. One-handed shot, got the connection better, but there is a fielder in position, will just be a single anyway. Maybe they should have tried a lot in the power play. That's when the fielders were inside the circle. Now at this point of time, even the batters trying to show some intent. There were 5 fielders outside the 30th circle. It's pretty hard to reach out the boundary ropes. That's high in the air, and that is taken comfortably through the covers, as that turns out to be wicket number 2 as well. Scotty was the batter being dismissed this time. Good work done by Siva Prakash. It was bowled way outside the off stump. A little bit of quicker one that didn't got the connection better, and no mistakes done by the fielder at covers. That's 78 for 2. Titans 11. Satish, the new batter, straight away comes in at number 4. As that's been a good way to break up the partnership. Jian, the only batter, is standing responsible on what needs to be done right from here. Chance of a run out, as that turns out to be good running between the wickets as well. Gets off the mark with that single, Satish. At just 2 runs coming off this over. Almost 150 runs more required to win in the next 15 overs. This is going to be a real challenge for them, as this seems to be pretty tougher. Strong shouts. Couldn't convince the on-field umpire, but imagine if this was given out. It's a huge wicket, the big fish. There is still an expectation on this game. That's up to this batter's potential. He can change the game right from here too. Finds the aerial route, catches the call. Fielder under the ball, and that is taken. Oh, that's a wonderful catch taken, which breaks the partnership and the most crucial wicket we've been speaking about. The wicket of Jihan. Straight away Sivaprakash gets another one. This was that shot, not much better connection. Not at all onto his control. Yet it was very high. We thought that the catch would be tough to take. But this man, Ernest, have done this with ease. A wonderful catch taken at the deep, 79 for 3. Krishna, the new batter, came into the crease in at number 5. As it's almost halfway through the second innings. 15 overs, 79 for 3. Was not the right start, was not the right way they're travelling now. No set batters. They have to start things freshly right from here. That's how it's killing this game's impact. Wickets falling in a regular interval of time, not letting the batters to score runs on the board. Maybe one miraculous innings from any of these batters. A lone warrior innings like what Corey Anderson did against RR in 2014. And the rest of the batters surrounding him. That's the kind of innings it's required right from here. Other than that, this would never be an easy one to do. Samuel, the new bowler anyway. An interesting bowler to watch out for, Samuel. Couldn't get the connection that he's looking for. Will be just a single. Just the strike rotation is happening in a regular interval of time, and the other things got controlled. especially with the way how it's going. Through the covers, got the placement right. And that is a tremendous try from the fielder. Saves the boundary one more time. This is why Mavericks are at the top of the game. The fielding standards to not let the batters score runs on the board. And that's why they are the champion sides. Goes to the wide as things were quite good under control. Samuel have been trying to bowl onto the body line of the batter. Through the covers, another good shot. Another good save from the fielder as well. This is really awesome. I've seen almost 15-20 runs already saved in this innings by the fielding standards. That's been the huge difference. 16 gets completed, 86 for 3. Santosh Kumar, the new bowler, into the attack. Will just be a single over there. There is still a possibility right from here. Imagine if it's a T20 game. 14 overs, 140 required. Is a gettable number, and you're having 7 wickets in hands. One good knock can change the context of this game right from here. But we don't see this coming on the control, as the batters are still focusing on rotating the strike. I'm not understanding one thing clear, that what is the need to save your wicket? What is there a need to play the entire 30 overs if there is not even a possibility of getting closer to the target? This is way more conscious effort from the batters. This is better. This is better. Goes over the umpire's head. It will be single, but these intents will be appreciated. That's what we've been expecting for, especially against the spinners. There should be some intents which will make the game interesting, and there will be meaningful approach towards the chase. Even if you lose all the wickets by getting closer to the target, that's really good effort. Than just playing 30 overs with an empty mind without scoring runs on the board, not losing wickets. That's just a simple 30 overs. Another one high in the air, fielder coming forward. Will be just a single. Good that both the batters have understood the situation and started attacking. If one doesn't get connected, the other could get connected. All they have to do is to continue replicating those shots. Some sudden field changements, adjustments are going on. Slips in position, it seems. In fact, there is a backward point in position. No short fine leg, no short square leg. All these regions have been kept empty. Chance of a run out, and the fingers are straight away going up. This is more of a risky one, turned out to be a run out. Miscommunication leading up to disappointment, as Krishna was very disappointed on losing his wicket. 89 for 4 it is. This was that wicket. It was clearly onto the hands of the fielder. Not sure why they both decided to run for that. Krishna was disappointed anyway. 89 for 4 it is. Placement was perfect, and that eventually goes for boundary as well. Now this eventually triggers Satish to score runs on the board. That run out would have disappointed him. His partner was gone. He have to take that responsibility. Praveen, the new batter, anyway comes in at 6. This is a poor delivery. Trying to play it through the covers over there. In fact, Praveen was the batter, scored that boundary and got off the mark straight away. 134 of 77 balls, which is more likely to be 13 overs, 130 odd. Could be gettable at this point of time anyway. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. A change of length have probably helped them to do well here. Sam Vale is trying to find ways to get things under his control. This alteration of length sometimes blocks the batters if they have premeditation. Not much better connection will eventually turn down to be just a single. This is quite good under control with the way how it is being approached. 95 for 4. Swings and mixes out, couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. That's high in the air and got the distance as well. Tremendous stroke making from Satish. This was the shot that's been missing a long while, and that brings up 100 up as well. Just the moment he hit the ball, it was travelling away from the ground. Jumps over to the second ground. Good that they're trying to maintain the numbers now. If this over gets completed, they'll be expecting 120 odd in 12 overs. 10 over. They could eventually reach out to that number. Single to end the over. That's 1 or 2 for 4. Swings and misses out, as it turns out to be quite good under control. Just a single over there. That brings strike to Praveen, who was also doing really well, as both the batters are looking out to be confident. 126 of 12 overs. Eventually a gettable number in modern day cricket, as we've seen a lot of good finishes out there in past couple of years in T20 formats as well. That's how the game was being played for a long while. Oh, that goes past the wicketkeeper, and no chance for the short third man or even the short fine leg to stop that going for boundary. These were unfortunate. These were very unfortunate. A partnership finally got something into this game. There is still something to fight on here for Titans 11. For the first time, even with Samuel and Santosh Kumar, we've seen this happening quite a few times. But this is unfortunate. This is unfortunate. Squeezes in between the fielders as the point fielder chases down the ball, only to be a spectator of that going for boundary. Back-to-back boundaries here. As the momentum is slightly changing on to Titans 11. Much better one. Let the ball to come in and guided that to the backward point region. Now the current run rate moves to 6.11, whereas the required run rate is 10.00. Things are quite good under control with the way how this chase is being impacted. 113 for 4. Was struggling at some point of time, but now looking at the number, it seems to be convincing. More or less 6 runs per over. By time they could eventually get closer to the target as well. Maybe his intentions to attack the stumps was not working as of expected. He's trying to bowl onto the leg stump specifically. Maybe that's why it's going wide or onto the body, which eventually lets them to score a single. Much better one, as it eventually provides a single over there. 116 for 4. Continues up to bowl Samwell. There is a long on, deep mid wicket and deep square leg in position. No chance of any fine leg inside the circle, as most of the fielders are being placed on the offside. Backward point, short third man, cover point, extra covers. These are fielders inside the circle. Sweeper covers and long off are outside the circle as well. As they're trying to move the scoreboard and get closer to the target, the more the game go deep, the better they could win eventually. Catches the call. It will surely fell short of the fielder. That is, this fact is helping them well to score runs on the board. 30 runs of just 16 balls to these two batters. They're trying to consolidate this innings. Pulls it away. There is a chance for the second run as well. Will surely be happy with a single. Just 1-1-1. That's how the scoreboard is moving. Seems like they're also happy with that intent happening out there. Not focusing much on changing the game straight away in a single over. It's 120 for 4 anyway, in 118 balls. Much better one. Changes out to be just a single, with one to end the over. Strong shouts. Miscommunication as well. Leads up to be just a single to end the over. 122 for 4. Hariharan Padmanabhan back into the attack. Swing and a miss. Couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. Yes, that was offered wide as well. The last 10 overs now. They required 105 with 6 wickets in hands. As it turns out to be just a single. Both Praveen and Satish have understood the situation and trying to pull things off with their control. This is Hariharan Padmanabhan's number 13 dot balls. Just 12 runs conceded, no wicket so far. It's wonderful running between the wickets. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the control that he is looking for. That's high in the air, didn't got the connection right, and finds a fielder at long on. A tremendous catch taken to break the partnership finally. The intention to go for the big shot was not working well for Praveen. Yes, he wanted to find the aerial route, but that was not the right length to play that shot. And that is very good catch taken at long on. 125 for 5. Rahul Venkatesh and the new batter came in. Straight away got off the mark of the last ball. Swings and couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. Will be getting some runs on the board. Have been quite good with his numbers. 3.114 for 0. Now just 8 overs, in fact 9 overs. 1 out 1 requires to win. This is why the game is going out of their control. One set batter and one new batter. It's setting a different challenge altogether. Good slice behind as 2 is the call. Good running between the wickets. Couple of runs on the board for that. Swings and misses out. Couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. That's given wide as well. Satish must be very much conscious on what he's planning to do right from here. Whether is it going to be an attacking intent or is it going to be something that could be controlled. Hammers for the big one, but was not much better with the connection. And that's how this gets out of their control as well. The wicket still reacts the same for the batters. The ball is coming on to bat. Only thing is the fielding standard and the pace variation from Mavericks have been phenomenal. That's stopping the batters from scoring runs on the board. That's why even minute errors will impact a lot in a big matches like a final. You have to have a good fielding standard. You have to play longer innings. You should not drop a catch. Everything puts up together. Mavericks are in driver's seat now. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. Six so far in this over with 1 to go. These were unfortunate as it goes behind the wicket keeper and eventually touches the boundary rope as well. These are lucky boundaries that finishes things off in this over. Ready to get completed. That's what it exactly went away from the wicket keeper. Not an easy one to grab, especially with these quicker ones from Lokesh. 136 for 5. Hariharan Padmanabhan, the new bowler, into the attack. Pulls it away. But connection was not much convincing. As he's trying to rotate the strike in the regular interval of time. That comes the biggest problem. They didn't try to do this in the power play. The first 10 overs, they didn't even throw the bat. Not to lose the wicket doesn't mean you will win the match. You should have lost 7-8 wickets at this point of time. And must be 170 runs so that the gettable runs would be pretty much closer. But not to lose wickets mindset have costed them this run rate. Finally finds the aerial route and goes over the long off fielder as well. Satish have started taking up the gears. The only approach that Titans should do at this point of time is this. One after the other they should go for such shots. Opens up the left leg and places it over the long off fielder. Exceptional stroke making. Good that this gets some positive rewards. Another one, swing and a miss. Now this game gets interesting. Some hope from Titans 11 now, as they started swinging the bat rather than strike rotation. Strike rotation will never make them to win the game. Pulls it away. Good shot again. And that turns out to be another maximum. Second sixer of this over. Satish is moving into his 40s. And now things got into control here for Titans 11 as well. It's very poor length from Hariharan and Padmanabhan anyway. More like an invitation to go for the big shot, and Satish was taking that for granted. We just want to complete this over. Times it well, chance of a run out as well. Oh, that is a poor throw from the fielder. Single to end the over. That brings 150 up here for Titans 11 as well. 23 gets completed, 150 for 5. Starting off with a dot ball over there. Well left from the bowler. Lokesh continues out to bowl. Oh my god, that's almost getting closer. Double sounds have always been there. Lokesh was well known for his Yorkers. This is very good at doing that one after the other, trying to make the batters to stay calm on what needs to be done. Oh, this time hits the off stump, and finally the big man is gone. After playing a huge knock off 43 runs, Satish is losing his way in the middle, but this is very good positive cricket played by Satish. The other batter should also have the same intent rather than just rotating the strike for the sake of nothing. This is a real attempt from the batter. 150 for 6. 150 for 6, Saran Arunachalam. The new batter comes in at number 8. Opens the pace of the bat, as that turns out to be just a single. These were quite good under control. Oh, that's put down by the bowler. But these were quite good under control. Just a single run so far in this over, with 1 to end the over. Moves across, and that's fingers going up straight away, plumb in front of wicket. Rahul Venkatesan, the batter, being dismissed this time, as it turns out to be 151 for 7. Wonderful over from Lokesh. There we could see this wicket straight away as he moved across and eventually got plumb in front of wicket. Suhail, the new batter, comes in at number 9. Did really well with the ball. Now have to shift that responsibility with the bat as well. The required run rate is already 12.83. With 3 wickets in hands, there are possibilities of making it to happen with slowing down. 77 runs in 6 overs with just 3 wickets in hands. 2 new batters. Saran Arunachalam, 1 of 1 ball, and Suhail yet to get his strike. Swings and got the connection better. That is huge, and got a distance as well. Almost went out of the park. This is turning out to be dangerous. If one gone, the other gets the control. The moment he hit the ball, it was way away from the ground. The cameraman couldn't even get that into picture. It's over to him. Good on from Saran Arunachalam, keeping the hopes alive. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. Many quicker ones today from the bowlers. They bowl a lot of quicker ones, and all of a sudden a flighted one. If it gets going for a sixer, continues out to the flatter ones. The problem is if it's flighted down, they're doing it well. That goes for boundary anyway. Gets another one in control. Saran Arunachalam trying to carry the hopes moving forward. It had a lot of time to come onto the batter, went into the back foot and smashes through the covers. Not everyone's cup of tea, and this man done is with ease. Another one kept under control. Just a sixer and a boundary. 10 runs coming off this over. Less than the required run rate. They need to score another 3 runs of the lost ball to cope up with the required run rate. Single to end the over. That's 162 for 7. $162 for 7. Last 5 overs. Another one from Sharan, and it got the distance one more time. He's hammering maximums at this point of time. And one last hope here from Titan 11 as well. Yes, this one being bowled way outside the off stump. The length was fuller one. And got the connection better. Tremendous stroke making. Cuts it away straight away. I think they should focus on taking wickets at this point of time. Mavericks. Was not much impactful with the ball today. Karthik conceded 30 runs and no wicket on his name yet. Through the covers for single as well. Suhail gets up the mark with that single. He knows the importance of giving the strike back to Saran Arunachalam. 58 more runs required of 27 balls. More than 12 runs per over. This is really going to be a tricky one. The more you bowl fuller, the more better Saran is batting, especially at the long on. Another one in the air. But it was not much better connection out there, as it turns out to be quite good under control. 171 for 7. Oh, that is a good try from the fielder, but eventually goes for boundary. Suhail have also started sharing the burden with Saran Arunachalam. This is getting closer. The more it gets closer, it gets deeper as well. The possibilities are still there for both the sides if this continues on. It's 13 already, more than what is being expected. With just one more to finish things off. Sharan will not be looking forward to rotate the strike, so the idea would be to go for another boundary or anything that is even digit from Suhail's point of view. 2, 4 or a 6, whichever is convenient. Misfield, and it offered to be a boundary as well. This is game changing. The dramas are happening at the end phase of this over. 26 gets completed, 179 for 7. This was that one. Change of pace. Got a bit decent connection, but it was straight onto the fielder's hands. Over confusion. 179 for 7 anyway. It's now 49 of 4 overs. Another big shot that's high in the air and got the distance as well. Sharan Arunachalam. Is it a different game altogether? Just take back a look at that shot again. Lokesh, the new bowler, into the attack. The more you bowl Philo, this is what happens. Reminds me of Ravindra Jadeja of late to the party innings when everything gone out of the control. He used to fight. That's what I see in Sharan's batting. The equation seems to be gettable unless if Mavericks doesn't break any wickets. That changes the strike as well. Suhail is also started scoring runs on the board. Couple of boundaries to finish things off in the last over. Will continue out with the same rhythm. Checking out the field positionings as well. Suhail. 1 wicket. If the partnership gets broken, things might get into the hands of Mavericks. That's what they're looking for. Left-right combination usually takes more time. to set the field positioning. Similar position. I hope this time it won't be a disturbing sight to watch. Suhail came back, in fact, for the second run. But that's just a single, which brings back strike to Saran Arunachalam. Good that the control was there. Will be just a single. Six in the first ball and then a couple of runs here and there. This is really good to watch out for with the way how they're balancing down this chase. No need to hurry on anything. 20 balls, 40 runs. Seems to be a gettable number. Through the covers as it fell short of the fielder and eventually goes for boundary as well. The momentum is finally shifting towards Titan 11. Mavericks are losing their way in the last couple of overs. This was a good shot through the covers, but there was a fielder as it fell short of him, eventually went past him to the boundary ropes. Another one went with 13 runs in an over. Just 36 of 19 balls. Less than 12 runs per over than how the required run rate is. Strong shouts. No chance of that being a dismissal as well. 192 for 7. Arun, the new bowler, into the attack. Surprising to see them coming up with a new bowler straight away in the 28th over when the game is on its heat. Surprising to see this. 36 runs of 18 balls, 12 runs per over. Cuts it away over the point fielder, and that eventually been a good stop from the fielder anyway. Miscommunication leads up to run out as well, and that's why this partnership gets broken. This is very unfortunate that Suhail has to depart. Suhail wanted that second run to give strike back to Sharan, but Sharan denied that second run. And there came this miscommunication. Before that, it's a very good stop from the fielder. And that's how this got its end. 193 for 8 it is now. Titans level. Karthik, the new batter, straight away gets up the mark with its single. We'll never try for the second run as all they require is that strike should be given back to this man, Sharan Arunachalam. Was doing really well. And as a left-handed batter, this is going to be more of an headache to the captain as well to set up the field positionings according to him. Punches through the covers to get that single. Not much impactful in this over. Every over matters a lot, but this left-right combination itself is pushing them down to not to continue bowling in the same rhythm. And that's why it's a huge problem out there as they were setting up the fielders properly, especially the extra covers. This fielding leads up to single, as these are not going to be much of costly mistakes, but 32 of 14 in fact. They gotta seriously think on what needs to be done at this point of time. Karthik and Sharan Arunachalam. That's high in the air. Goes over the covers fielder as well. Eventually goes to the boundary ropes. That takes the scoreboard to 200. Titans 11 are fighting equally to the ability of Mavericks as well. Is this what that shot? Seems like it wasn't getting the connection, but eventually gone past the boundary ropes. "27 required of 12 balls." earn us back into the attack. One of the finest bowlers of this tournament. 1 for 19 today, but at the most crucial phase of this game. If this over got delivered perfectly, it's more like a packing game for Mavericks. First ball. That's clean ball. And that is the speciality of this man on screen. When the key bowler came in, the impact straight away follows. Late celebration doesn't bother the piece of the batter as he went already. But this is a wonderful line that nobody have tried for this batter. Good that this innings finally coming to an end. 35 of 18. Wonderful innings from Sharan. Kept the hopes alive but finally works back to the pavilion. 2-1 for 9. $201 for 9. Now the last batter, Kotishwaran, in at number 11. 11 balls, 27 runs, 2 new batters. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the control that he is looking for. That folding of hands was his style after delivering a ball. Since he's a right arm bowler, for every delivery, the shirt sleeve is coming down and then he's folding it right after he delivered the ball. There we could clearly see that. Every bowler have their own style of doing things and this is pretty unique to watch out for. And some bowlers use it to wear bands just to make sure that hair is not falling onto the face. Might break the vision of the bowler. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. As this over entirely changed the context of the game. Good choice from the captain to bring this man at this point of time, as he made everything possible. Couple of dot balls on the wicket and the context of the game changes completely. Gets off the mark with a single, Kotishwaran, and all they need is another 26 runs to win the game from 7 balls. Boundary of every ball to win the game. Catches the call, that's gone past the covers fielder. It'll be just a single to finish things off. That's 203 for 9 and they need 25 runs in the last over. There we could see the only difference is nobody had scored a half century, though we had plenty of good performers today with the Titan 11. There comes the difference. We've seen Hariharan scoring 92 in the first innings, but we've seen good batters like Satish 43, Jian 39, Kuttis 20, and obviously Saran's 35. Nothing have been converted to 50s or 60s. One batter's long innings was very much important in this game. But anyway, it was almost close. And there is no set batter. That's the only problem here. 25 runs of last 6 overs. Last 6 balls, I'm sorry. That's high in the air. Was that the last moment? Will just be a single. In fact, not at all a single, as he's not running for that single. Seems like Karthik is planning to finish some MS Dhoni style of finish. 25 of 5 balls, 4, 6 and a single. And there comes the mathematical calculation coming to an end. They could only tie this game. Cooper. There comes the celebrations over there. That's a 22 runs victory. As Mavericks have made it possible, won the toss, decided to bat first and make sure that they're winning this contest. The Super 30 Champions Trophy season number 8 champions are Mavericks CT 2.0. Scored 227 in the first innings, and at the opposition end, Titans have managed to score 205. Was not much less than the first innings total. They also fought really well, especially with the effect of Abhishek, Jian, Kutti, Satish. All the top order batters have contributed, and along with it, Praveen, Sharan and Suhail have did their best, but unfortunately the target was way far ahead of their impact, and that's how this game got out of the control. Hariharan Padmanabhan with his 92 runs and a wicket with the ball will surely be the man to look out for. Smiling faces everywhere. On the in, Though the Mavericks CT 2.0 have been the champion side today, it's been a very good tough fight from Titans 11 as well. That's the verdict of the story. Mavericks CT 2.0 being the table toppers, won 5 out of 6 league matches and eventually made to win the finals as well. They deserve to be the champions. They perform like the champions and they have made this to be their moments to celebrate. Join us in the post-match presentation.